Took a little time, now I'm right by your side. You know I might fall back onto you. Took a little time, why you gotta run from me now? I came back, I said talk to me. You already know how I am. Said talk to me. You already know how I am. Telling me I'm back to the old me. And to be honest, I ain't tryna be a homie. Keep on talking like you tryna get to know me. But you been knowing me for way too long. Why you gotta do this? You've known me for way too long. And I try, but I don't wanna go to the wrong girl. No, I don't wanna go to the wrong girl. I took a little time, now I'm right by your side. You know I might fall back onto you.
Tron and wonderful. A blacksmith with patience. Tell me if you need anything.
Nobody said my mic was on this entire time. That's crazy work. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Love you all. I'm over here like, that's really weird. My fucking box isn't moving when I'm talking. Very weird. Oh my god. That is so many people. What time is it for the 2? I'm about to get yelled at if I don't hear the comes. Talk. L. Wait. That is crazy. What? Why did I join call and I'm instantly being yapped about, bro? Yes, I do! Bro, fucking my left nut, bro. Chill. What are you on about? It's not even that. What are we talking about? Bro, I'm just so confused, bro. Through the window, to the wall, to the... boy. Alright. Alright. Olio it is. I love loading barriers. Kind of based. That's crazy. Already starting with racist comments, bro. What the fuck, dude? Oh. What the fuck, bro? Holy shit. We got casters. W casters. Should have been the one. Nope. What am I stuck on? Oh my god, these loading barriers were abysmal. hope we're in Velia. That is not Velia. God. What the? Guys? 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 What? Bro! Great game, by the way. Gotta regroup on red. Big ball, big ball. Two balls. I would love to be able to move. damage. Can I go scout? We have some rangers on the left side, or north side rock. Whatever. That big rock over there. I'm sorry, I did get bows. I framed. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. Bro, where the... That's just fucking insane. Y'all saw that, right? In SA. like, dude. Is it better to take core Mizo than swooping ring stuff? For large scale, Remise is better. It means you just can't catch as many people, which is really unfortunate, yeah, but the SA is so needed. I consume, please? Oh my god. Where the fucking guys, bro? Move! Jesus Christ, you fat fuck! Holy shit, bro! God, I hate people that stand still in a fight! Fuck! Hello. Why did I press 2? How all these people just kind of things. See, they do the right thing, but the rest of them are not. That's actually kind of embarrassing. Oh my god, dude. my job is to go stall their balls so that they can't push. I still want to get my speed up. I don't know how I was alive, but good job.
The negative side that I'll say is when we hit entropy, you can see when you guys worked together and smacked entropy off, and you can see when you guys actually fell off. We have to kind of stay consistent of how we hit guilds together, because every time you focus that one rat that's smacking you in the back, you see it every time we get run over by entropy. But every time we hit entropy as a ball, it fucking works. So pay attention to that.
It's Mog, right? I don't know. I always
Just saying, the one point where I feel like it really turned, guys. You guys did not push with Squirrel to that road. But the better players that listened did.
I died on that road. Thank you very much.
Dude, the fact that I lived there by myself for so long, I was like,
they are.
There was one
I
call
died
when we were
right
like
next
really
to
early,
you.
where there was only 3 of us.
Wait. I want to
I was
clarify.
right
though.
next to you, Z. You
I'm
knew it.
saying they're a better
happened
player
all.
because they listen to the call. I don't give a fuck how good you are. A better player is one that listens.
Dead.
There's too many
Dive
times, like,
on
half
that
the ball
fucking road
was not
next
even
time,
fight.
and you guys
I
will
don't
wipe
know why we're saying
entropy
this was
every
good.
time.
get the Mogulus. Make sure you're on Serendia 4. Nah, but I get it, guys. Like, it's a little bit of your class at the same time, but make sure to pay attention to kind of like how your ball is moving and where pings are driving to, because that's going to be the biggest driving force that's going to make us do better in fights.
Stayed on that road a hot minute, dude.
It was a hot minute.
I couldn't tank nearly as much as you.
What do you mean? I was just fucking sprinting away from the damage. I wasn't fucking sticking around that shit.
Bro, listen,
guys can tank.
the most I can do is run into their fattest part of their ball, throw a couple vacuums, and pray to God everyone goes through and just starts dropping damage in the center. That's
So
as much
can we
as I
do
can
nothing? Can we do a vacuum comp? Can I just get nothing but Mystics, Valkyries, Corsairs?
You see,
And,
I got my
Novas,
ass wiped
please,
by
thank
4
you.
Novas at the same
I'll
time.
teach
That
anyone
was
how to make
interesting.
Nova. You can get devil
Succ
on it.
Nova right now is up.
Well, Succ Nova doesn't have Vex.
You're still up.
I'm still unkillable. Hey.
Hey, 120 DP bonus goes hard.
Make sure you're on Serendia 4. Greenleafs, you won't be able to participate. That's just BDO. But honestly, pretty good. I'm gonna go over war scores in a moment. Sorry, I'm not at the level of energy that I normally am, but work's kicking my ass a bit.
Man.
See, I felt like I was floor trooping, then I looked at my kills and I said, huh, I'm in the
All right,
mid.
McBrown, good job on fort kill.
I'm mid.
Horse kills. Wait, shouldn't we have more than one fort kill? Oh, fucking
Alliance.
Gnome got it. No,
Oh,
we didn't have a single Yarsha member here.
We should have had 2. We got the initial
Yes,
fort, and then
because it was the Merc.
Yeah, Merc.
Yeah. So
correct.
Gnome got it. That was final. So top horse kills: Seto, Lexful, Chili, Succ Viper, and Kiski. Top Annex destroys: Succ Viper and Yami. Top kills: The Nerve 45, Succ Viper 35, Lexful 31. What is our actual results? Yeah, we died a lot.
If you're on an SA,
We did a lot that war.
Yeah, I got the MT kill.
Grabbing
Yep.
hands too.
Hey Z, how long before bosses start? 10 minutes?
8.
Who was the one who
8
called out the
minutes.
FT in war?
Which one?
I don't know. Somebody,
Yeah,
the first one.
That's
The
the
very first
problem.
time.
I think it was you and me. We saw it at really low, and we both just like nodded.
Oh,
and
that
jumped
was
for it.
that
It
was
was
me and you
toxic.
with the flag. Yeah, fuck
Yep,
that. I
yeah.
hate that goddamn thing. I seen it. I was like, I'm horny. That's a fucking flame tower. I'm killing it.
No, it was too low to ignore it realistically, and that's kind of our job.
It's because they were trying to get it up. Fuck that guild. That was my FT. I was claiming it.
I'm so sad.
Yep.
On Splat, I almost killed or did like a massive combo drop on their entire ball and would have killed at least 7 people, and I fucked it up. I was like, I'm washed now. Never mind.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
See, you can't
Yeah, you
teach
gotta-
no anymore.
I got a huge knockdown, and then the flame tower rendered in.
Oh no. It's just their wizards didn't get CC'd, so they just out healed it. I was like, all right, never mind. I guess.
Oh yeah. I was like, oh, big CCs, and I was like, oh, there's an FT right in front of me. Oh, great.
Yeah, because I always have to dodge fucking grabs, bro. So that's why I just made this macro for grabbers. It's like, dude, Jesus Christ, bro. Do you know any other button? Do you just like press E and face roll?
I'm just saying they weren't hitting my fucking elephant fuck splat. I flipped through that bitch ball, I whistled that thing, and then I flipped back in there and grabbed that bitch. Fuck them. It's mine.
On that one push where there was like 4 elephants, that was the biggest nightmare I've ever had in my life. You have no idea.
Dude, I fucking went in and I'm like, surely this is our elephant. That's where my whole ball is. That wasn't our elephant.
I am low key with everyone else here when I say I am genuinely depressed and upset that was not a 2-hour node war. Please let us fucking PvP with the boys.
Buddy,
God damn it, an hour is not long enough.
I'm not gonna lie. At one point,
isn't honestly.
at Coastal Cliff, I was fighting next to an elephant because I thought it was ours, and I kept getting CC'd, and I was like, what the fuck is CC? And then as I get knocked down and die, I notice it's not our elephant. I was like, wait, where the fuck did our elephant go? Our elephant was right here. They just did a swabberoo on me.
Bro, did somebody suffer a Ray Lion elephant?
I was gonna bring it up. I was like, well, he's new Ray Lion.
He got Ray Lion, bro.
Dude, as soon as that 3 elephant stampede happened, I was having flashbacks from Siege. I was not happy with everything.
Bro, hold up. Look at Gen Chat.
I was hating it.
Where's it at? Oh, there's the goat. My boys at AG fucking doing us a solid.
Everything I hated in my life happened right at that point.
I didn't see the photo where it's like 3 elephants around Rayline on the casting couch. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Fuck. Goddamn aggressive typing.
He was drifting his ass off.
Oh my god, my legs! Oh, I can't feel
Now to upload the video, which is still pending for HD. Lovely. Oh, still processing. Son of a bitch. Lightroom.
Also, I put bleed on like one of my like big area of effect CCs. Oh man, bro, I've just been randomly claiming kills now.
Yeah, that shit's fucking funny.
I put it on Starfall. Like, I'll just go and throw that bitch, and then people get CC'd and they're on bleed, and then like if they just happen to survive at 50 HP, kill. I'm like, alright, cool. Say no more.
You're like fucking 3 fucking renders away, and you pop a kill.
No, my favorite thing is like when I'm diving with the ball, right, or like after you guys go in, right, I'll like comment through the ball, and then I just claim like a random life. I'm like, the fuck, where? All right, I guess. But yeah, somebody bullied Devil Babe on getting back on a wing, Nova.
I gotta go grab someone. Hold up.
Is he in here yet?
Izzy, can you hold boss up for like an extra minute or 2?
Oh, wait.
Oh, he's here.
There's bosses? Which boss?
Yeah, I know.
Come on,
Look at
Gillis.
this.
Guild bosses.
Yeah, it was in the announcement.
Dude, you know what? Just go on without me. I'm too fucking high for this shit.
Oh my.
I mean,
That's
I'm still gonna.
I just want to kill
Because
something,
beyond-
man. I'm
beyond
fucking
Surf 4
tilted.
Beyond Surf 4, there will be kills there. Don't worry.
Didn't you use
Are we doing a
CTG for
GBG?
No.
Wait, what?
I used
Oh.
War CTG.
Oh, I'm hang on. How was there for? Monster 4. I'm fucking lit. Okay. I'm good.
He's gooning. Oh man.
Gooning. I'm
Hey, can you
PvP
stop
gooning. I'm
getting
fucking
that, bro?
ready.
You're making me feel
You
insecure,
guys have a
bro.
GVG? What the hell?
No, we're doing guild bosses.
Oh. Oh my god,
Go.
you're trolling.
Go on one without me, brother. Brother, it's a bill. Fuck you. I'm poor.
What do you mean
I
a
don't even have
bill? It's
a
5 bill. It's a bill for
Okay,
a boss.
I sure as
Yeah.
fuck don't have 5 bill. God,
You're showing up.
Alright.
I'm poor.
I get it. I
Yes,
get it.
I'm Monster 4.
You don't want to PvP with your boy, it's fine.
For real. Like,
I'll PvP your mom, Seb.
Yeah, that's
You
crazy.
would.
yeah, I knew you was gay.
Okay, I found location. I'm coming.
Dang.
Yeah, two.
That desperate,
two
eh?
dads.
Massive day
Wait,
for
how
the
do you know?
unemployed.
What the hell?
I get A-teamed every time I play AOS.
Alright. Ping me,
I'm an archer, bro.
ping me when you're ready. Okay?
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
Yeah, when he's ready.
I love
I will
fighting
be back.
nothing but
Nice and
iframes.
When you're
bosses.
ready.
Alright. CG in 1 minute.
Oh, there is. Oh. Doesn't like stick. It's fine.
For the unemployed, Tez might be returning to Pro
Yeah,
Valorant
it's like 30
after his
seconds or less.
devastating breakup.
Just story time
Sinatra is
shifted.
reportedly likely to join Sentinels. At this time,
I thought your guy
Sentinels
mid going, man.
are
I
waiting
fucking
for the
blasted you.
call from Riot
And if you
as
guys are
Tez
grinding,
currently
just
has
pop a fucking
sponsored
small
conflict
guild
with the
mission, you
VCT.
fucking
Oh, no, we
leechers.
got that Apex
I know who it is
Also-
out there.
Tenz's
The
agent,
people
Jerome
that are here,
Kupez,
can you
says no-
please swap your crystals to PvE? That'd be much appreciated.
Why?
Yeah, but what if
Oh,
I don't want to?
PvP? Okay.
It's a PvE mob. It does more damage. What do you mean?
PvP?
PvE crystals.
PvP crystals? Okay, cool.
Okay, everybody
Yeah.
flag up and kill Yami.
PvE
Sure.
crystals. Wait, can we?
I don't think you can. I think you can kill guildmates unless you're in battle arena.
He's summoned by now.
Yeah,
Holy
just drop.
What do you
platoon
mean?
and
I
duel
can't
them.
kill guildmates.
Yeah,
I
just
could
drop
duel
platoon
somebody
and
real
duel
quick.
I said,
See if you
All
go like
around,
this.
yeah.
Succ. See who Sucky Viper's in a party with. Come here, Sucky.
Look at this no nip warrior we
Are
got.
you in a plat, huh? Pussy?
Maybe.
What?
Ready to take CTG?
We got no nipple warrior over here, guys.
Oh, no nipple warrior? What happened to his nippies? He lost them in the war.
Leave kids alone.
Rest in peace.
What's the matter? He's happy. He got Sudafed. He probably is
What battle is there
drinking
going on? What
NyQuil
the fuck?
like apple juice.
Seriously? Who the fuck did that?
Well, we can't start it, so
Fucking take off the
It's-
goddamn
it's a rest.
duel!
Oh my god,
you
Red
You
can't
got Devil
answer.
Babe. Of course you got him.
Take off the duel or kick
Duel's
it.
gotta
doesn't-
cancel.
You get entity.
Guy was standing still,
Cancel the duel.
trying to enter the realm.
Ryan,
The boss
they're
is already
attacking me,
spawned.
Madam Lane.
They're
Get on
killing the
ground.
boss.
Man, these PVE crystals hit hard.
There, go.
Oh yeah, thank
It's
you for
good, you're
reminding
good,
me.
you're good.
Let me
Our
stop.
side hasn't canceled the fucking duel.
Hey, can you
I
like
canceled
stop,
the
please?
duel.
Big Brown, cancel the duel.
Holy
Big
fuck.
shitter.
Platoon right in time.
Make shitter.
Can I? Is there a way to like a force leave this shit? From my
No.
coach?
Yeah,
there's
top.
Brown.
No.
Nick Brown has
Uninstall?
to.
Mick Brown has to literally cancel the duel.
Mick Brown is throwing.
Wow, whoever started
Yeah,
that
'cause,
fucking
like-
duel, you fucking retard.
Can you cancel
Yeah.
it for real already? Please?
No, shout out to Devil Babes is saying something about the plat and I left immediately. Shout out, shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not in a
fuck
duel,
Devil
so...
Gay.
I don't know.
Mick Brown doesn't have hands.
I think he's AFK.
Oh,
It's awkward.
I can't leave the platoon. Oh.
Seto, my
I just-
goat.
like, surely they need to fix that.
My goat, same
The
fucking
thing is,
time,
the
dog.
sad thing is, G-Kick won't actually do anything because
know.
he'll still be in the plat.
Yep. Elbows though. That's what he
You
gets.
still can't be free.
Yeah, well, he'll lose out on boss rewards for.
Yep.
Everyone in this plat will lose out on boss rewards just from.
Am
fact
I the
you
only
guys-
one not stuck in a door right now because I'm not in the plat?
No,
Yes.
a few of us got out
Wait,
in
can I?
time.
Would I be able to pop it? Can we try that since I'm not in the door?
Can we never
People
let
can't
Brown
get in.
leadership.
No,
in
retard, we can't get in. So if you pop it,
Yeah, half of our fucking people out here can't fucking get in now because you all decided to be fucking retarded. You were part of it.
I'm not. No, I'm not in a duel. I already canceled.
Well, no shit.
I
Then guess
canceled
what kind
both
of situation
sides.
we're in now?
Hold on, if you die, I can't remember if it kicks you out.
No, duels do not get canceled.
Special. When one cancels, it means all cancel. McBrown did his own duel. It's not
If
my
you
problem.
If you server swap, does it allow you to drop plat? Because you could go serve 5.
Yeah,
See if
I'm
you can
gonna
drop
try
plat
that.
that way
you can
and
do that.
come back.
Yeah, you can probably do that.
That's
If it
fucking
bugs
annoying
out,
as fuck right there.
if it bugs out, you probably do the character select.
Well, the thing
It
is, you
just
have
like
to have been
doesn't help.
active to accept that. That's another
Which
thing
he
to
wasn't.
remind.
I didn't accept anything. I was just getting hit by like somebody. I don't know who.
Because I left the plat right before someone dueled him. Quite literally. Like 1 second.
Yeah, you can leave
Isn't
if you
there
switch
like a-
servers.
Yeah, everyone switch servers. Switch servers to serve 4, and then just serve 5, then come back to serve 4.
Yeah.
That'll be your easiest
If you're-
switch in,
if you're
and
stuck
then
in
you
that.
start.
Alright, so somebody's giving him a stern talking, right? Somebody, allegedly, hopefully.
What do you mean? That's everyone. All y'all fucking were like hitting each other. Fuck.
I didn't accept it. I hit cancel. Somebody hit accept.
You all have TikTok brain. Just accept it. Just try to work with it. We all know.
What's TikTok?
You see, there's a reason why it's actually better to not have a plat for guild bosses. Now
I
we all
never-
understand this.
That's why I never normally a minute.
I never thought
What are you talking about? This is a guild that sets up plat like 2 minutes before siege.
This is the last war McBrown starts plat for fucking Node War.
Real.
Fuck McBrown. Fuck McShitter, bro.
It
Fuck
wasn't
that
his
guy.
plat
Bro, just say that
originally.
It wasn't his plat originally. No, it wasn't him.
Which devil? It wasn't me. Right? I'm not
Everybody
gonna
gotta change their name. Everybody gotta change their name to Devil.
It was McBrown that was in charge, so somebody before
It'd be kind of funny. It'd be like everybody just has something Devil in their name.
dealt with in a while, and you know, I did a bit of trolling, but I do feel kind of bad. Kaide and John Choi gonna watch party his games together.
And you're wondering why there's no more group content video. This is exactly why,
What
guys.
do you mean? It's because they're prepping. They're prepping for fucking that other game that comes out in a moment.
There's actually a group of Danya Grind Zone coming out this week.
That's just when you beat the store from Crimson
There's also
Desert,
a
right?
PC giveaway
There's gonna be an
for Crimson
expansion
Desert.
pack. Okay, trust.
I'm sorry, what?
PC
Crimson Desert
giveaway.
PC?
By the way, did
Alright,
I
I'm
read?
assuming everyone's here now, so we're going.
Did I read that news post about Crimson Desert correctly? They're adding fucking jetpacks to it.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Hell yeah, bro. Crimson Desert.
They're gonna find a way to make money. A
There you
shit
go.
ton of money.
I
off people.
apologize. I mentioned how to duel, guys. That one's on me.
Damn right.
That one's on me.
Damn right. This is why you get kicked out of every guild, Toxic.
How does he get kicked out of the guild? The motherfucker's been in this guild for like what?
Oh, that's funny coming from you.
Yeah, Zumwalt, I
That
wouldn't
was
even
kinda funny,
fucking
Zumwalt.
talk anywhere near that. I've been here for how long?
He thought he was
Excuse
funny.
me?
Hold on, how many
And
identities
to
and what
go
are
on
you
even
in?
further,
That was funny.
At this
left
point, with how many
Dodo
times
'cause I
you've
didn't wanna
changed your
be
name,
active
I
with
think
their
it's very
bullshit. I came back to Havoc. Fuck you.
That's where
and
Oh,
actually,
yeah, I'm glad
Zumwalt,
that
how many
everybody-
times you
bounce
changed your
every
name,
guild,
you're the
get
true
kicked,
tranny
and then
here.
have to return to Havoc because you're a
Oh,
fucking
thank
idiot.
God. For once, it's not me.
Shut
who's
up.
called one.
Yep, me and Devil Gay are lady boys.
Guys, you can no longer hit boss. Kill the minions on the
Speak for
outside.
yourself, dog.
No.
I don't see the minions. I just see a bunch of blue dots.
At least you didn't say femboy, because that homeboy would have.
What?
Oh, that what he said?
Or something. Yeah,
I think he's here.
he said femboys.
Femboy, ladyboy, tranny boys.
Golems, guys. Come on, get on.
Ladyboy sounds so much better, but like.
No, it doesn't.
Are you guys still at the golem?
Yes, it does.
That's crazy.
Well, they're two different things.
There you
Listen,
go.
I had me and Viper.
Trans community trying to cancel my ass so hard for fucking calling a tranny a fucking ladyboy.
Bro, I should have took it as a term of endearment.
Wait, was that the work one? Was that the work incident one?
No, that was the fucking Vinnick one.
Their game is so dead. They're
I mean,
No, saying they're a lady boy is still discriminated against because lady boys are lady boys. They are not trannies, and they say that all the time.
I was about to say shit.
Okay, well, if you go to Taiwan, do you say are no? Hey, I'm just saying, you go to Taiwan and you say, "Are you lady or lady boy?" And they will say, "Lady boy."
Lady boy.
I'm a lady boy.
They are proud of that shit. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what they identify
Fem
as.
boy is different from a lady boy.
That's what I'm saying. You just go to Thailand because they skip this like fucking thingy that happened in America.
Sorry, War,
They
but the newbie needs the horse. Sorry, bud.
Oh. Is somebody a hobo back here?
Yeah,
have a
I don't want to go to the boss. I want to be
Wait,
taken
where the
to
hell
the
is
boss.
Tempest? Tempest! Woohoo! Swap servers!
Speaking of lady boys,
I spawned horses. He spawned horses. You guys should.
I mean, he didn't listen, so it's just kind of the same category of
And if you can't hop off or onto the horse,
in advance.
make sure you exit Magoolis.
you can't leave realm, which means change servers.
Someone else fucking LMAO.
Oh. That duel is
change.
screwing many people.
everybody just copy pasta what Z said.
I don't know where I'm going. Ferret, right?
Alright.
Okay, cool.
Are we doing Ferret on S5 then?
Yeah.
No, it's just come back to S4 because we have server cooldown. Yeah. I'm just gonna let him just keep typing and I'm just gonna keep saying the same shit.
This is what happens when you just goon all day.
Are you
Sounds like
okay?
experience.
You need your plasma,
Could
bro.
have tested it.
Sounds
You
like
need your
Yeah, I
experience.
just tested it too. You can, in fact, swap servers while you're in the realm, so, you should be good.
You need your plasma, chat. You need your plasma.
Oh,
True.
careful, Z.
Does
Too
anyone have any
many
good
times,
songs?
someone you might get fucking auto-reported by their system.
True.
Oh my god.
They're very angry lately. I got a 12-hour chat restriction for typing 10203040.
That's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good people we're fighting, we're crying.
So much for
about it.
PvP, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, this guy said 1-0 to me. Oh, shit. Like,
No,
Boss, how
bozo.
dare he?
Well, it might have been through 4 AOS matches against the same person, and he talked shit, so I had to.
I don't know, he
I
was being
can't-
kind of funny though in his
I can't put him in the
reaction.
dirt,
Someone else probably did it.
so I got.
that's
I got
still
PvP'd.
fucking gay, bro. Like,
Yeah, I know
Oh, no,
it probably
you've
wasn't
been
him.
canceled if you say that. You can't say that. Oh my goodness.
He was good at PvP, so I know it wasn't him.
so what was the reason that they gave?
About shut your goddamn mouth.
Spamming.
Spamming.
Yep.
Bro,
Bro,
fight,
what,
fight,
what,
fight.
What is this Lance Yuga or fucking Morrison?
I got a message to relay to you, Squirrel.
Oh?
What is this? Gears of War? Golden Lance?
Ricta says to pronounce his name right, and also he doesn't know any English, so I told him to say kind of know Spanish and all that.
I'm talking about its colors, you dipshit. I know.
Nigga, what?
Sorry, don't mind me.
Ricto, yo habla que nosotros no vivir.
Hit him with the jaja.
He was like telling me he didn't understand the call and all that.
El sucio gato en el baño.
Bro, stop being fucking racist as fuck.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué papa?
Man, I don't know. I don't know how to say a lot of shit in Spanish. I'm still learning. Recital, rectal thermometer, whichever one.
Rectal, bro. I don't think
Hey, if it lives, it's not gonna be my fault.
No pasó ni mierda.
¿Qué es esto, gato de toro?
It is all good.
But no, anyways, but he was like saying he didn't understand the call and all that.
Motherfucker starts speaking
Is
to
it
me
a
in Spanish,
Pipura?
bro, and I just hit him with the
Well,
fucking.
Yami,
Yeah, tell him that.
Yami, you're gonna have to translate.
Can't understand you. Go back.
Yeah, Yami, you're just gonna have to translate mid-war.
I mean, I can translate.
We are not going back. At that point, we should have never left Kawaii Diva. If we are going back to translation wars, then we should have never left Kawaii Diva. But
Listen, he just needs like the keywords, right? Until he learns the keywords.
toxic fuck.
Is that purple? I
What's your secret, bro?
You like that DM? It's a great DM. I think it would work.
Yeah, keep. Mucho rápido.
Bruh. Can you say backpack?
Oh my god.
Backpack.
Dude, every time I whip that shit out, you know I'm like on the edge of just hate this shit.
Come on, Mama, everybody, let's go.
Damn, I gotta run.
banana?
And the worst part is I know that line. I've never watched Door in my life, but I know that line because of Z Squirrel.
I know that we can do
Come on, Mama, you can do it.
No Tempest.
Let's go.
No Tempest. No Tempest. No Tempest.
I don't think he hears you because he didn't hear Z, so he's deaf now. Sorry.
Why is
He's not
someone
off the
flagged
first.
up? Choose you okay, bro?
He's
Why you
red.
flagged up?
Permanent.
He's red player.
Permanently
Choose
deaf.
the red player.
He just red.
I know.
We have a lot of dented people in the guild.
This is reserved for the day.
We have a couple
Hang
red
on.
players.
Hang on.
Really? I think it's only Truce and Zav.
Get the fuck off, Tempest.
Okay, one click spacebar and
Put the horse away and pull it back out. Easy.
How do you spawn horses? Is it down E?
Everyone's on a horse.
Yeah.
By the way,
I
just this is
haven't
kind of
done
full
that.
transparency to everyone. Just remember,
Too bad.
Yarsh
Everyone
is
good now?
just kind of there as just a body fill-in, if at all anything. Until we care about truly being 100% a T2 guild, there's almost kind of like a
Point.
do we care moment about like the one or two people that they supply. Doesn't really bother us in any way, so it's kind of just giving some of them a chance at PvP, and as long as they follow our rules, fuck it.
And hear me out. Hear me out. If you love AOS and you can get a person to show up to wars
You can do it. You can do it.
from AOS, that's good. Make sure you recruit the fucker so we have more PvPers if you want to move up to T2 as well. Because recruiting would be amazing to get some PvPers to move up.
AOS and No Wars is such an entirely different beast, bro.
Well, I kind of ran out of my megaphones.
But at least catches for competency.
But here's the thing, it's really not, if you explain it to an AOSer, that if you dive in with the AOS homies,
the healing
to their
orbs are
backline,
fort damage.
they actually will follow because they want to fight with the AOSers. That's all I tell them. I say Z Squirrel is an AOSer style player, and he likes to dive. I send
You
him.
want to be one of those people, do you?
I don't know, bro. I've seen Death Grips at war, bro. That guy blows in Known Wars, but in AOS, he can fight.
Well, if he treated
Also,
Node
I
Wars like
also
he treats
know-
AOS, he'd be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
Also,
Follow
if he
calls.
dove in, we'd be fine.
Give us like 60 seconds.
I see him if I do my shift R and B full combo before I fully dive through their ball, just to blast that fucking backline.
I mean, that's what
I see people that should be forward that are just backwards and they're dying for it. Tell them to push up. He'll be fine. They'll figure it out. It's not hard.
Did I catch up to someone? Oh, hold on. Who is this?
Chai buffs.
Flag up, uppercut him.
I think we all go Succ Sork and Succ
I
Guardian.
think you need to go to Home Depot and buy a rope.
I got
That was
fucked
very
by
specific. of where
four
to get
Novas
the rep.
tonight at the same time. That was interesting. So you
Did
know.
we do PA pushes because we had PAs? Is that what happened today?
I'm not even sure if PA works in field.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Those
We appreciate you.
Nice. No.
Yeah, I'm so tired of Rangers and Archers, bro. That class needs to get good.
Yeah, me
Bro,
too.
listen,
Isn't that
I
right,
tried.
Toxic? Retirement art looks great.
I'm not even saying that. It's just nice to
Cheat.
sometimes get a PA. I'm just saying. I like being able to get more permanent PAs on myself.
Chai
For one push
Are you sure it actually even gives you the buff?
Yep.
Listen, man, I'd be trying to get as many of them ranges as I can.
But yeah, with Archer, with Archer, I'll have one eye from you. You can get
One reliable, yeah. Oh, double Tara Christie's tonight. Damn. Okay. Look at this little 84 male. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, right.
Let me on my horse.
Yeah.
Org! Yeah, like Zelia said. Because she's faster. Let me on my horse, let me on my horse, let me on my horse, let me on my horse.
Real.
I don't know why they do that, honestly. They should just let you on the horse right away.
It's because it's PA trying
There's
to
2 horses
process.
spawned by the gate if anyone needs them.
Exactly what's wrong.
There shouldn't be.
PA just does stupid things, honestly.
Tell us more,
Nerf
Yummy.
Scholar 2 times in a row.
Yeah, okay. Nerf Scala more. You know, just make that class all FG. It'd be fine.
That would be fucking hilarious. To be
Which
honest.
class?
Oh, I hope they nerf Zumwalt's class. Nova, I think she doesn't deserve full super.
Hold
armor.
up, bitch!
I'm
What
on
the?
a
Whoa! Why are we talking about
I'm
nerfing
a-
Nova? You better be very specific.
I'm
What's
a-
Nova?
I'm a Valkyrie, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think
Oh,
Awakening
gross.
Nova should get buffed and give more protection. I think Succession should get nerf
Go
protection.
play Ranger. Go play
Easy.
Ranger real quick.
Let's be real. They're all.
You like
they're
that?
all
You like
good.
that?
I'm a ranger.
like that?
They're soft.
Yeah, you're a Ranger. We got
Yeah, I'm a ranger. My shield's a, my crossbow is a shield right now. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I also agree with that. That class needs to go too.
I'm a frontline ranger.
Awakening Nova.
I'm a digi ranger.
I'm sorry. What? What?
I got
Actually,
blue
fuck
squiggles
Awakening
on me.
Nova. Can we buff?
Yeah, nerf Sage, fuck Sage.
I think they need to buff Awakening Maywa to be full super armor again.
Listen,
with pedal drill knockdown.
No.
Please, thanks.
I don't need
appreciate you.
California coming back to the game and starting shit, bro.
Dude, I'm.
Oh, that guy.
Give me Maywa
change his name.
back.
He's talking about gay tunes.
Yep.
Hashtag buff warrior, okay?
The opposite race of Blue Squad.
Oh, your class is fine. What do you mean?
Bitch, please.
Maywa needs full super armor rotation with pedal drill. Has a knockdown.
You know how much I got to sweat on warrior?
I will play the fuck out of that class again.
It still works.
You know, I'm kind of surprised that Z didn't go on as guardian, since they just buffed the bitch.
Dude, Succ Guardian, if she's really good in T1s, ooh.
They buff Suck Guardian, not Awakening Guardian.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
a difference.
I know.
Same thing, bro.
I love
What's the
Succ Guardian
difference?
over
No,
Awakening.
Squirrel plays Awakening, not
that's
Succession. He is.
Joke's on you, he plays both.
In Note where she brings Awake.
He brings Awake.
Yeah, it's more area defense.
Do you not pay attention? How do you not
I've
know
seen him
this,
play
Mo?
both. I've seen him play both. I've never seen Phoenix or Wings come out of his asshole in his day in his life.
Awake
I'm
Guardian.
sorry.
You know what his asshole looks
But now
like.
you
What?
know.
I was about to say, what if we wait? How did we get here?
I mean,
World War III is about to start.
I don't want to know how you know what his asshole.
well, he's like half black, right? So I would imagine it's black.
No, it's purple.
It's like
Oh yeah, it's purple.
Allegedly.
Something's wrong if it's purple.
By the way, I just want to let
Hasn't
you
been
all
getting
know,
it.
if you've done Dolan's 2 before, you keep waiting for the boss to do his attack, and then you flip through to his back, you're all sick, get help, need treatment.
Forgot about that, Rez.
Hell yeah. You all are PvEers, get out of here. I see dead. What is this? Bro, I didn't get a single good fucking lights down. That's upsetting.
Don't worry, Zelia. I'm protecting you from the spiders. I got them.
Damn.
Thank you.
Can we get a CTG now? The con, thanks.
Nope. Already used.
CTG people up to the first one.
Taxi right here. To answer your question, you can go do con. I'm not doing con.
He hates us.
Kiski is in my
Kiski,
AOS
why not
party.
love us? Yeah, you're supposed to love us.
Take some medicine, and I'm gonna go to bed because I'm working tomorrow, regardless of how I feel.
Kiski, you must be one of us.
How are you gonna
One of us.
to you? Cause they're not gonna hear you. Aw.
Yeah, one of us.
I've taught without a voice before, and I'll do it again.
Oh, beat him with a racket.
Wrong.
Got it.
No.
Oh.
They just
Hit
trust
the kid with the racket. And...
They see ball, they chase ball.
He doesn't do it right, just hit him with the racket.
Yami's over here stealing guilt buns again.
All right, go
He's
ahead and
probably
get your
drinking
horse.
some sippies.
What? Yeah, I'm trying to
Have a
figure out
good one,
what
man.
button I use to summon other horses.
No hablo inglés.
Essie.
Puta madre.
Oh, we gotta
Tú eres maricón.
No entiendo.
Les que.
Tengo gozo.
Oh.
¿Qué pasa?
Cool.
¿De qué hablas? Yo no entiendo nada, güey.
En mi corazón. Yo tengo
No entiendo
gozo en mi
nada de lo
corazón.
que dicen ustedes. Están pendejos, ustedes bien idiotas que se van a la verga, pinche con este diablo.
Chiquitazo?
Wrong. Yeah,
Chiquitazo?
Diablo. Yeah, I know that one.
Wrong.
Like I know that one.
Con crema?
I would say that's basic of Spanish, actually.
Ja, in
Atea or Zelia,
Hi.
Lulu Peach is doing con with you guys. Guide them well.
Aya, please do the things.
I shall do the things. Ping, ping, ping,
They'll,
ping, 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 ping,
they'll
ping.
help you out. I'm gonna go eat and go comatose.
Lulu Khan, that's the person I
Did you
recruited
just
earlier.
say comb your toes? No, comatose.
Yeah, he's gonna go
Comatose.
Yeah,
You gonna comb your toes?
Don't worry.
Zay, I heard
Sounded like he was combing his
I
toe.
heard the
I'm
same
gonna be
fucking
real.
thing. Zay.
Yeah,
I was like,
I
how
have
the
long
fuck
enough
you gonna
listen, the hair on the
comb your
toes are long enough
toes?
to be a whip. Don't worry, I'll crack 'em.
Kiski, can you post a selfie
This
for that?
man
Thanks.
said, I need my fucking toenails are dirty. I need to go comb them up.
That's crazy.
How about fucking time?
So much sometimes.
You know
12
what?
years later.
Did you know that Kiski's toe hair is long enough that he has to comb it?
Wait,
I can.
Yeah,
braid
he
it.
combs it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I might
Did he say he has toe hair?
He just went and said
It's
that
got-
he's got to go comb his toes. Yeah.
It's got cornrows.
And then he
on it. What are you
told
talking
us
about,
how
dude?
long his hairs were on his toes. Yeah.
Well,
you should braid
I
that
hate
next
it here
time.
sometimes. Most of the time.
I hated it. Bye, Kisuke Urahara. Good night.
I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Yo and Peru.
So.
You
was
love
he
it.
not doing
You love it
LS,
here, actually.
or-
That's why you're still here, pussy.
This con.
You
You
can't,
know
you
what I
can't
would-
jump off a bridge. I'm gonna tell you higher.
You know what I would love? Is more
So
people
play
to
some
jump on the
AOS.
fucking ping.
Hey, I
did
thought we
today.
was gonna go north off that
We did
cliff
some- we
and
did
into
some
obvious sea.
pushes. No.
All right. We're on the last boss. I don't need that anymore. Oh, time for YouTube. I want to listen to this.
Massive day for the unemployed. Tens might be returning to Pro Valorant after his devastating breakup. Sinatra is reportedly likely to join Sentinels. At this time, Sentinels are waiting for an approval from Riot as Tens currently...
You know when he left and he was like, guys, it's not because of my girlfriend, guys. It's, it was just my choice. And then he goes and joins back Pro Team. Okay, sure.
He has a sponsor conflict with the VCT. Oh no, we got the APAC tracker. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Tens' agent, Jerome Coupez, says no sponsorship is stopping Tens from returning to the VCT, but Tens would not be able to promote other games going forward, which would make it a tough decision to return. I'm gonna keep it a $150. I don't think that's the toughest thing Tens dealt with in a while. And I did a bit of trolling, but I do feel kind of bad. Kaide and John Choi gonna watch party his games together.
Guys, Ten just posted a story on Instagram which could prove that he believed that Kaide cheated on him. Alright? Check this out, guys. This is actually insane. I think Tens actually believes that Kaide cheated on him.
Oh no, Tens also got stranded, but where is John Choi? This is no joke. Tens has been grinding, trying to straight up come back into pro play. Also, Riot Games. Their game is so dead, they're basically forcing Tens to be enslaved. He's not allowed to promote any other game. Like, that is messed up.
I feel like that's a pretty tough ask, right? He's already retired. For him to come back and have to give up a bunch of money that he's making right now, yeah, he would have to really want to come back.
That's a dumbass rule. Not dumb, but very predatory. Imagine going through a brutally difficult breakup to a point where you're making jokes about your engagement because your partner is publicly, and then Riot does this to you.
That one didn't age quite so well.
Imagine you start dating a girl when you're 17, and just a few weeks later, she moves in with you and you begin living together. After a few years, you decide to propose. She says yes, but then tragedy strikes. Your future wife is diagnosed with cancer. You're a professional Valorant player, one of the most beloved in the entire world, but you decide to walk away at the peak of your career to take care of your woman's health. You start donating your own blood and other things because your genes are compatible. You take care of every expense, medical bills, apartment rent, household costs, and pleasures for both you and your girlfriend. You accompany her every step of the way. Chemotherapy, treatments, hospitalizations, recovery. You help your girlfriend build a professional career on streaming and video platforms. Her audience grows exponentially in no time. Meanwhile, you have to push your own channel to the background. And in the end, after doing all this sacrifice, she decides to leave you because she needs to discover herself.
That's what I'm saying. What is Kaide looking for? Evo? I still think about this every day. WestJet is more affected by this breakup compared to Kaide. Like, that's insane, guys. Guys, my bills are due and I need to pay my rent. If you have used DoorDash in the last couple of years, you might want to check this out. There are some allegations that the app has been tracking users' precise location and sharing that data with third parties without proper consent. Morgan & Morgan is investigating this, so if you've used DoorDash between 2023 and 2025, you can check if you qualify to be part of this claim. The best thing is, you might be entitled for up to $1,000, depending on your situation. You can go ahead and scan the QR code on the screen or click the link in my description. This will take you to a quick form you can fill out, and in just a few minutes, you can see if you qualify. Oh, and it doesn't cost any money to check. It's completely free. If you qualify, Morgan & Morgan will follow up with the next steps and let you know how to move forward. Now let's get back into our video.
I think if Tyson is allowed to play, if this is an actual conflict that Riot has, there will be a compromise that's made.
Finally, someone who explained it. Sen can't automatically sign TenZ without Riot approval, which should be easy to do, but TenZ is a Wooting ambassador, which while Riot is partnered with HyperX, it is also one of the reasons Sen wasn't able to sign TenZ as a content creator due to Sen having a contract with Razer while TenZ has a contract with Pulsar. Also, bruh, things aren't looking good for TenZ. He's been solo queuing Valorant ranked and also thinking about buying these anime trading cards. Talk about one step forward, two steps back.
It's normal for people to fall out of love.
No. I love you and I'm here for you. Anything you need, man, it cannot be this bad.
Jesus Christ, bro. Getting back in form for no particular reason.
There's a seaplane, Kaide.
Okay, but jokes aside, he do be actually getting into form, though.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Our favorite Canadian, FNS. TenZ's return dream might be over.
I just don't think Tyson joins simply because, to be honest, he can take his time. And I don't think he needs to join. Do you know what I mean? But if he really does miss competing and he really wants to join Sun, I just think he will take more time to accumulate as many offers and make a good decision later down the line, you know? But that's just what I think. I actually did genuinely.
I'm sorry, but who the cares about gaming organizations? They're all owned by the same handful of like Iraqi oil princes. Maybe I'm hating, but I never got it. Like, at least sports teams represent cities like the Mumbai Maple Leafs over here. No particular reason, huh? No particular reason. Tag Sentinels.
But TenZ has given some response. Like, he didn't say much in the video itself, but like he put a video out that was like, am I coming back to pro?
Dude, straight up, imagine if Kaide was the problem the whole time, and when he comes back, he just starts winning every single tournament. XQC and Greek God X laugh at Kaide dumping TenZ to find herself. Oh no.
The cynicism.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's a classic.
I think people were probably holding their tongue. I don't think I saw a lot of real opinions on Twitter. It's just mostly just pandering, let's be honest.
I mean, to find yourself, like, are we f***ing serious right now? Like, is this a f***ing joke? Like, finding yourself. You just lost your other half. Now go back and find it.
This is like the reverse Great Gatsby. Kaide left the stable guy to look for something more fun. Breaking off a relationship to find yourself? You know, whatever, it happens. But an engagement? Diabolical. What the latest TenZ news feels like. I consent. I consent. I don't. Is there somebody you forgot to ask? You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Oof. No, I swear to God, I'd be waking up at night saying, why did Kaidi do that? Happy 22nd birthday to the love of my life. I know that life has thrown some of its biggest difficulties at us, but I know that we will get through it together. I hope to grow old with you. You're telling me Kaidi got diagnosed with cancer the same day she posted an Instagram story of her and Tens getting baby toys. I'm going to cry now. Okay, but the thought of somebody playing Valorant to pay their child support is crazy. I'm sorry, I said it. I don't know how recent this is, but apparently Kaidi's surgery went well, so W for her. You know, we might be a bad guy, but we're not bad guys. We genuinely hope she does get better. Even though finding yourself is some shit excuse, she still doesn't deserve to go through anything she's went through. Also, Kaide hasn't posted a single video since I dropped my magnum opus on her, and her comments are still off. You can't even make it up.
Oh, that's a banger. Oh, what is that? Who said that? Chat,
yep. You read the title?
Chat, isn't that the Twitter degen? Chat, that's the Twitter ill guy. It's the Twitter mental illness guy. It's a mental illness schizo like me. He's gonna like me.
But yeah, Kare, she is doing good. She's resting now.
That's good to hear. J's for John over here confirmed that Kaide's doing good, and you know, W to her now. Back to Tens. Dude, even his stream titles are a call for help. Probably going to scream. Like, we gotta get this dude in the gym straight up, because you know for a fact John Choi can lift a computer. Now, speaking of a cry for help, if you're American, help me by sharing that DoorDash link with all of your fat family members and friends. Thank you. Help me pay my rent.
Real. Bro, this shit's taking forever to kill, my god. Alright, let's
Israel struck an attack while Iran's judiciary chief was giving an interview. Uh-oh, here we go.
فلسطین اعلام می‌کنم و از همه جبهه مقاومت ایران اسلامی تا آخرین لحظه تا سرنگونی این
Go off, King. Let him know.
و کمترین کوتاهی
Let him know.
زمین نخواهد کرد و کوتاه نخواهد
آقا این مشت مسئولی با مشت مردم که فرقی نمی‌کنه.
ان شاء الله ما
Where's the bomb?
مردم که نمی‌تونیم متأسفانه
I'm waiting.
این شور و احساسی که مردم
I thought we were getting a bomb. Where's the
ما
bomb?
مردم در کنار مردم
What's on this? Oh shit! Yep. Oh my god. And is this recent? I don't know if it is or not. Oh wow, look at that. He didn't flinch at all? I mean, kind of respect on that, right? Yeah. And he knows he's not going to get hit. Do you know why? It's because he's surrounding himself with a bunch of human shields. I mean, like, if Israel and the U.S. were actually targeting civilians, they would have airstriked this parade, but they didn't because they're not targeting civilians. So that's the reason why they felt comfortable and confident enough to go out there and do this. So human shields are here? Yeah, isn't that sad? It's so weird, isn't it? Human shield doesn't work with bombs. Yeah, I guess not. And I mean, at some point you see some shit like that, it's too late. Yeah, you're right. And bro's probably responsible for ordering the deaths of thousands over his lifetime. Of course he wouldn't flinch. He's a sociopath. Maybe. And so anyway, take a look at this. A taste of their own medicine. Remember when IRGC thugs fired on mourners for slain Iranian protesters? Now they cannot bury their own in peace. A funeral of 8 Bajir members of the Karvan checkpoint sent mourners scrambling and fleeing. People are getting fed up with that shit. Fed up with that bullshit. Ooh. Oh, wow. IDF killed civilians in Lebanon? Yeah, they killed civilians in Iran, too. It's what happens. You have a war. You're going to have civilians that get killed. It's just what happens. It's not good. It's just what happens. Man. So now they're the ones that are getting harassed. Oh, this is a new one. I haven't seen this at all. Oh, this is the bomb from like 3 days ago. Holy shit. Look at this. God damn. God damn. You see the mayhem in Israel? No, I didn't.
Should I look at that? It's the same drone attack we saw from the boat? Yeah, it's still burning. Man, this is gonna be really bad for global warming. It is. It's gonna be horrible for global warming. And Iran, the #1 threat of peace and stability in the Middle East. Oh, this is something that I think we've seen that before too. And what are these here? I'll look at it too. The one, oh, I saw this. Israeli airstrike hit another building in Lebanon. Oh, here we go.
كما تشاهدون الآن المبنى الذي هدده أو حدده العدو الصهيوني على طريق عام العباسية كما تشاهدون.
God fucking damn. I love it, yeah.
عبر
I mean, these people are terrorists anyway, right? They're attacking Hezbollah. How do they know to be recording it? I don't know, honestly. Like, that's a good question. Like, I mean, yeah. Like, it does seem like kind of... It seems very convenient the guy just happened to be recording at the exact time the bomb hit. But, I mean, it could be multiple different reasons. Who knows? And then, oh, yeah, I will look at this. There's another video about this. Let me see if I can pull that up and find it. And, no, this is from before. And the dummy, what do you call it? The drop dummy called Door Knocker. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this is it. There we go.
Been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been.
This is from today.
As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago.
Yeah.
The combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our air force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over
15,000? I guess they're counting all the ones in Lebanon too. Holy shit.
1,000 a day.
God.
No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime
that's insane.
Sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare.
Man.
Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force.
Everybody's excited talking about it. Well, you've got to remember that, like, a lot of these guys that are in the military now, that are in leadership positions, probably were the soldiers that had to act like target dummies for terrorists during the war on terror. Because, you know, you couldn't fire back on terrorists whenever they were shooting you as long as they weren't holding a gun. So a lot of these guys, this is something they've been waiting for like 20 fucking years. 15 fucking years.
Iran has no navy.
That's what I think happened.
Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%.
90, that's
their
a lot.
one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%.
Damn.
And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before.
Great. Wow.
But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component.
Yeah, he's right about that. Like, unless you stop the, unless you get rid of the cookie factory, deleting all the cookies is just going to wait until there's going to be more cookies. You've got to go after the actual source. You're right about that. 100%. You're 100% spot on with your assessment. We veterans want these IRGC fucks dead. We've been wanting their heads for the better part of 25 years. Yeah, because I think that a lot of veterans know that most of the places in the Middle East are occupied by Iranian terrorists. That's where a lot of the funding comes from. Not all of it, but that's where a lot of it came from. So like seeing that connection and then seeing that, you know, the disease rather than the symptom be addressed, I think that's something a lot of guys want to see.
I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles has been functionally defeated, destroyed.
Jesus Christ.
Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down.
I guess this is the reason why they spent so long before they attacked. Because like this seems like it's very, very like to have all this stuff lined out ahead of time and then to execute on it in like 2 weeks. That's insane.
Destroying what missiles they still have in stock.
What? Yeah.
But more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more.
Yeah.
Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do.
How long would it take me to be able to play Nova Arc as well as you?
You call them rats. Okay, wow. All right, didn't expect that. Okay.
I've been playing this fucking godforsaken subclass since the end of 2023. God. Like, I play it well, but, like, don't get me wrong, I'm, like, not perfect. It's just really just the class. It's just really low tier. It depends on how much you practice your cooldowns and kind of overall, like, one of the big issues I have with fighting other Awake Novas, or at least back then, was, like, a lot of people who play it always kind of just spam shit until it works. Which is why I always really enjoyed doing practice fights with swaps, because it was kind of like actually methodical, thought out fights versus just spam until you win. So I don't know. It depends on.
I'm
how
thinking
you play.
about to play with her in T2XD.
I'd be careful with that, because a lot of people, like, I don't know what guild you're in, because most guilds will kind of frown at that, especially in T2s. Siege, it's kind of hard to play her, especially if you're, like, newer. I don't know. Like, she's not, like, a massive damage dropper. Her main thing is kind of... Oh, what's the word? Is being able to... What's the word? To be able to disrupt or intercept, like, approaching enemy balls. God, that sounds weird. Oh my god. Apologies. What do I need? Red tree lump. Red tree. Give me 300. Clear liquid regent. Oil of corruption. I was like, I better have something. I better have these. I think I need trace nature, right? Trace. Woo-wee! We got a whole lot of you. Alright, let me put on my alchemy clothes. That's really quick. Enemy! Fuck. I gotta use Russian so bad. Holy. Okay, I'll be right back.
I see you going vroom vroom and killing a lot of people moving fast everywhere. Because of that, I'm gonna try her.
only one issue with Awake Nova is she's just a super, super niche class. Especially when it comes to, like, Node Wars. Because the way she performs, like, in T2s and T1s is completely different. The way she performs in, like, you know, T2s compared to, like, Uncapped is completely different. Like, there's just a bunch of different variables. And basically, the only way you're gonna really learn how to play her properly in, like, Node Wars is practice like 3 combos when you're diving an enemy ball, and then, you know, make sure that you can do those without really thinking too much, and then basically turbo int yourself for the next like couple of wars, or every war for like 2 weeks, until you can confidently dive a ball and not like kind of get worried that you're gonna die, or, you know, like, I don't know, like you don't get like an adrenaline rush, like, especially if you're about to like do like a massive play. Like, even like nowadays, like, even I still like get like those like rushes where I'm like, oh shit, this is about to be a clip. Never mind. You know what I mean?
Hey, that's what rats do. Holy fuck. Okay, let me see this here. Hexeth didn't see actual combat. Then he went to Iraq to serve as a civil liaison. Then in Afghanistan, he was a trainer for the base. He's yearning for bullets because he never saw them. Okay, so if you think that's true, how do you reconcile that with the fact that the polling amount of people that were actual veterans overwhelmingly support this war? There's like a plus 20 point difference between veterans and non-veterans for support of the war. How do you reconcile those two realities?
Sorry, I didn't see chat. What'd you say? I see you going vroom vroom and killing a lot of people moving faster over, but because of that, I'm gonna try her. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm so used to how, like, the worst part is, too, is I used to be able to move so much faster, too, before they did the change with her, double side dashes, but once they did that change, like, she just drastically became slower again. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, I swear to God, PA is watching me, and just actively is, like, trying to, like, slow down the class, because I made her fast as fuck. Which I think I explained that in one of my Awakening Nova videos, where I was like, yeah, like, after, like, the nerf, like, and I showed the example, like, pre-nerf versus, like, post-nerf, like, it's just like, bro. Because what it should have been was, like, they should have kept the double side dash speed, but you could have made it to where it was a skill thing, where you could decide whether or not you, extend the dashes, or you just, you know, double pump real fast. But of course we don't do that. So it's just like, and then they keep doing like these fucking retardedly pointless changes where it's like, oh, if you hit like Twisted Orbit on somebody, then it resets it, so you can use it again. Like, who the fuck cares about Twisted Orbit, bro? We still have Star Call with like a fucking SA window that just drops when you lunge forward. It's just the dumbest shit. But like before, it used to have a forward guard the whole way through. Like, it's so stupid. I don't know. I'm balding. My bad.
There's no shot that's true. There is. Veteran year, we support this war. Yeah. Hexeth did see combat. He got awards for it. Well, I'm just like, the thing is that that's not relevant. It's not relevant. Of course, veterans support it. They don't like terrorists. Okay, so you're just making these comments. So you just don't like Pete Hegseth? I'm just saying that he's so aggressive on it because he doesn't really know what it means. But like, then you just said, but I don't understand the logic here. So he's so aggressive with it. You're arguing. I don't even want to read this. It's just, what are you talking about?
We know the new so-called not so supreme leader is wounded.
So He call them rats?
That's what rats do.
W.
We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded.
Yep.
And likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video.
I wonder why.
It was a written statement.
I wonder
he called
why, man.
for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity.
Yes.
Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why.
I think you know why. Everybody knows why.
His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them.
Oh my God.
Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
Jesus Christ.
With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know.
I love how he just goes up here and he just talks shit about him. He calls them rats. He says he's going to kill him, and he explains how he's going to do it. Like every other day.
That the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing.
Yep.
We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press,
he's trying to force tactical
can't
errors.
stop.
Yeah.
Allow me to make a few
He died
suggestions.
like a dog.
People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business. And I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you. If it
It's
can
big
be
for national
admitted.
morale.
Or more fake news from...
Oh, I agree with you on that, too. I think it's very important that he comes out here and talks like this, because it's... I think that all of the 21-year-old chuds that are in the military... I hate to say it, guys, but there's a reason why recruitment is so high. Every 21-year-old chud that hears, we're going to kill them like rats. And they're like, oh, they're loving it. This is what they signed up for. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the thing, is that every young guy, like, do you know what they do? They sit around, and like, probably in America, right? A lot of these guys that join the military have grown up watching movies like 300, Jarhead, American Sniper, Black Hawk Down, or fucking, Kingdom of Heaven or something like that. And then you have a guy that's running the military with literal crusader tattoos, and he's talking about bringing God to the Middle East. He's got fucking, he's talking about killing these guys like rats. Troy, yeah. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, God wills it. Yeah, Generation Kill. All this stuff. I mean, like, yeah, this is what they're for. This is what they're about, man. Like, yeah, Helldivers too. There's another one.
CNN reports
talking about your generation. They forgot about Iraq. No, it's the problem is that they remembered. That's the reason why they want it. Is that they saw what happened at Iraq, and they saw how much time was wasted because the military didn't actually have a decisive lethal goal. And whenever they have somebody who did have a decisive lethal goal, I think that's what they want to have happen. That's the whole point.
Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report.
So the guys that systematically destroyed every single ballistic missile capability manufacturer in the entire fucking country didn't think about, well, what if they attack the boats? What if, like, what? What are we talking about?
The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday. War widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses.
Yeah, it's like Saudi Arabia and Qatar shooting down the drones.
It is unshakable. Our options maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said,
God, I wish I was American. Canada's the worst. Do you remember whenever the leader of your military went up on stage and started crying about being racist 100 years ago? I'm so sorry, man. I don't know what happened to you guys up there. I really don't.
Yep.
It's bad.
Fucking Canadians.
Start. President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength, in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up.
So they're just going to keep bombing the shit out of them until, the bombing will continue until morale improves. It's pretty simple. Wow.
And quantity has a quality of its own.
How can it still be ramping? The reason why it's ramping is that now they're attacking smaller local targets, like, for example, militia bases and IRGC stations, rather than focusing on very large military installations, because most of those have been destroyed. So, like, they were basically destroying the strategy, and now they're going after the tactics. Does that make sense? That's what I'm guessing, right? And also, they don't have any defenses anymore, so it's easier to shoot more stuff with less risk. Because, like, obviously, each different type of missile and, like, way of attack has a higher and a lower probability of there being countermeasures used against it. So whenever you can use things that effectively you can shoot down easily, but if they can't shoot them down, then it's perfect. So yeah, that's really what I'm thinking is happening. That's what I guess.
We continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW,
What do you think IRGC
counter UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear,
I feel like that's obviously happened.
Achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions.
So this is why are we doing this to Iran and not North Korea? North Korea is way less of a problem than Iran is.
I was gonna say,
like, realistically, like, Kim just sits there in his house and doesn't fuck with us. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't cause any problems.
Like, he likes to be a yapper on the
internet. I mean, that's another really big
office.
reason. Like, they're like nukes. Well, I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? But like, also, like, they're not a threat, really.
Right.
They're retarded, but they're not really a threat.
He will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos.
North Korea is a private server? Yeah.
And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes. All of them. And as I have with all of them, as we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary.
You're not mentioning
Which is
China?
why each
Well,
day
yeah,
on
yeah,
bended
China
knee
too.
we
It's a
continue
huge
to
reason.
appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give
boy.
special skill and
Here we
confidence
go.
to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation
Yeah.
prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed.
God. Oh, yeah.
May the Lord bless you and keep going. Mr.
Man.
Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning,
Man.
ladies and gentlemen, and
Man.
thank you for joining us today.
How about
Before
that?
I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew
Yeah, it
was
was a
on a
bit of a
combat
fuck-up,
mission.
huh?
And again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your
I'm gonna go
thoughts
to the
in the
part where
coming
they're gonna
hours and
ask
days.
questions. If he's just
Our
going to
service
specifics.
members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a
Yeah, it's really
reminder
sad.
of the true cost of
Especially
the
when it's an
dedication and
accident, too.
commitment of the Joint Force.
Missing bolt.
We're also
Nobody
aware of
knows.
a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay.
Yeah,
And we're-
apparently they didn't get attacked or anything. They just, I don't know, somebody set something on fire. Shouldn't
We're
have done
grateful
that.
for that.
Big
And for
mistake.
any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels.
It's crazy how they're just attacking all kinds of commercial vessels, people that are totally unrelated to the war, just because they want to.
And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm
McDonald's should come out with
America's
an Operation Epic
interests
Flurry.
or our partners in
Definitely
the future.
they'll do that.
As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to
15.
launch every
That was
hour,
about Israel,
and
too.
we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons.
I'm surprised they have any left. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go to the questions and have them go through some of these, because obviously, like, this is just more like specific stuff. And who's the biggest economic competitor in the past 30 years? China. What will the U.S. have after the war? Iran, Venezuela oil, Iran's oil, Panama Canal. If we get Russia to our side, China's economy collapses. Why? I don't think that's really what's going to happen. No. I don't think they're going to get Russia on our side. I think that the main goal is to just get Russia out of Ukraine, right? I mean, that's basically it.
In the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen, and to their families, and to the Joint Force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, this is the questions.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
That's true. That's a good question.
I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world has seen...
they've done this multiple times before. The idea that the government didn't plan for this is retarded. Of course they planned for this.
To fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part.
Very true.
And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we've said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day.
That's the reason why they got the missiles, is so they can protect the nukes. Like, I mean, that's the entire plan.
So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities, if you have anything you want to add.
Appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the Joint Force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or...
This guy seems really competent, by the way. Like, he does.
Else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems, and that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
He's kind of boring, though. Yeah, that's the reason why he's good.
With Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public, and does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then, just really quickly, on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on...
Oh, boy. That's a drama question. Uh-oh.
California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time.
Let me guess, they can't do it?
Thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president and the vice president every single day. They're
trying to create discord and discontent between Trump and Vance, because Vance seems to be less supportive of the Iran war. I don't really see why he has to be supportive of it. Like, we have like 50 problems in the country. Why does he have to be 100% locked in on this one problem? It's like, it's a stupid premise to begin with.
Voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's just
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations, and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum.
They're probably, because it's such a high profile thing or like high severity thing, they're probably not going to say what they're going to do with it.
Ensure that they never do.
Probably makes sense.
And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer. Without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities. That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do a negotiation.
They just give it away.
I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure.
Great.
Right next to him.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it for
Quarter
sure.
zip right there, yep. No, you, yep.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Every time I hear quarter zip, I just think of
Can you please provide
Epstein.
some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There's been reporting.
They are not going to let up on this, man. Oh my God. It's like, what do you want them to say? Like, I think that honestly what they should do is they should just simply just keep giving the same generic answer over and over and over until they eventually just stop asking the question. I think that's what I would do. Because here, the reality is that the media will not accept an outcome that doesn't mean that the United States or Israel is at fault. Like, even if Iran did bomb the school, if the investigation shows that to be the case, they will just say that the government's lying, basically. It's important. I think that it's being obviously overrepresented, and it is, I mean, yeah, obviously it's bad, but I think that what they're doing is they're trying to use this as some sort of emotional bludgeon that they can effectively beat over everybody and say, oh, you killed a school full of girls, you did this, you did this, you did this. Like, I mean, really, I don't think anybody supports having that happen, but when you're having a war, accidents happen, and we don't even know whether who did it or not. Like, it's hyper fixated on, and it's being done with the express purpose and goal to delegitimize American and Israeli attacks on Iran to make us look like we are the bad guys. That's why it's being done. And so, yeah, why even, I think that you make a mistake by even trying to play into this type of narrative. And someone clearly supports it. No, they don't. I mean, do you think that mistakes never happen with bombings? We just had a plane crash and 6 people die. Mistakes happen all the time. Do you think that they wanted to crash the plane and kill themselves? No. That's just what happens. Like, I don't see how, I mean, really, just think about it logically for 3 seconds. It's a press's job to be critical of the government, bro. I think that they are not really being critical of the government. I think they're being partisan and biased. I think that they've already asked this question 15 times. This isn't, the press is not being critical of the government. They are complicit in effectively enabling enemies. They're completely biased about it. They're not being critical.
That indicates the preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians.
Man.
Literally never target civilians.
exactly-
I look at the
exact thing I
process that's
said.
used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
About the
question?
Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy.
It's a tactically complex environment, and before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our
Yeah, I think
current
that makes
military
sense.
objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think,
That's a
almost
great
by
answer.
20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the
You
world's
can't
talking
escort
about
when you're
and
on
looking
the
at.
offensive?
And it's
I
our
don't
job
know.
to have a plan for it.
I don't know what their
which
rules
we do,
are.
to address it,
What their
and
goals
ensure
are.
that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well.
Yeah.
Right here.
United States, that's right, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to
Oh my
rely
God, I looked at Discord, almost
entirely
fucking
on
died.
standing
Thanks!
over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over the top.
Somebody says, do you think this will be any different than the war in Afghanistan? Religious zealots
Hey,
never
sorry
surrender.
for
I
bothering
can see
you
this
during
going
Node
on
War.
for
I
years.
wanted to ask if you
what's
could
really
share your
funny
skill
is
at on
that
setup for open world PvP
what
in
I think is
T1
funny
Node
about
War.
is the
I
fact
tried
that,
checking
yes,
it on
very
Garmoth, but
obviously,
it doesn't
of course,
show the
religious
full
zealots don't
setup. If you
surrender,
have a screenshot
but
or planner
also,
link, I'd
they
really
already
appreciate
are.
it. Thanks.
They already are. They're already roaching out at this very moment.
You are very welcome.
The
That's
entire idea
crazy.
that you can't break this type of narrative is
So
crazy.
nuts.
Of course you can. You absolutely
types
can.
of which
XDDD.
are
surrendering.
a plethora. Which is our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the
I'll get to it
capabilities you
later.
have and your options across.
Go back! I want to be monkey! I don't know, whatever shit. Sorry, I was trying to pause it and like it didn't work. It wasn't working. I will look through my screenshots here since this place glitched out on me. The only thing that you would have to change is the Starfall add-ons. Whatever the shift R&B skill is called. I think it's called Starfall. Is it Starfall? Yeah, Starfall. I'm not retarded, I swear. I've only played this class for like 3 years. Of course I would know the name of the skill. Surely. Surely, right? Oh my god. Just got CC there. I'm getting like... I don't know the word. But, I kind of use the same add-ons for open world PvP in Capped, because, in all honesty, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, there's not, like, a huge fucking difference.
Okay.
Alright, hold on. I'm just trying to get to Mr. Toad here, and then fucking get to my AFK phase, and then I'll, like, whip it up on stream. But yeah, like, I don't know, bro. A lot of people keep asking me for like PvE add-ons for Awakening, and I'm like, dog, bro. Like, it's just not worth grinding on Awakening, bro. For example, this one skill gives me a 32 AP buff now. Excel gives me 40, and I have to build up to it every fucking time. Not to mention the numerous amounts of gaps in like Awakening's kit. I'm just like, bro, it's no. It's just not worth. Versus like pressing 6 skills on repeat. Alright, let me see if I got it here somewhere. Surely. I mean, I only made a video, so I must have them. Oh, that was PvE, wasn't it? Fuck. Alright, well, surely the fucking toad spawns here. I can fucking hurry up and do a quick swap. There we go. Thank you, Beelzebub. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that too, shit. I don't know how that's still a back attack, but we'll go with it. Alright. I'm gonna lose all my fucking shit for this, but fuck it. Hey! Alright, there's no way. Okay. Here you go. I'm gonna screenshot this to myself. There we go. I think I gotta wait a minute now. But
THHMKSS.
The Force, absolutely.
Did you just tell me to kill myself, you fucking little rodent? Nah, I'm just kidding. How fucking dare you?
The war started. Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
I feel like, hold on. I just gotta kind of say this just to get it off my chest. I feel like half you guys only want to play Awakening Nova because you guys see what the shit I do with Awakening Nova in T1. So you're like, I want to do that too, bro. Tell me your secrets. Little do you know, there is none. I'm just insane! I see 15 people standing all in a cluttered spot and I'm like, it's go time!
Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in...
Shit. You think I'm scared to dive a digiball? Say no more, bro. I'm fucking there. Just say the word.
In the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks. What is the Pentagon doing about that?
His first question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 12 days in, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in.
It seems like it's a huge fucking mistake to do that. That's whenever you get entangled indirectly.
For something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving, and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here?
Yeah.
I'm not clear what it is.
Yeah.
We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives, we're pursuing those objectives. The president has hand on the throttle, and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
I mean,
what the? Yeah, okay.
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue. And we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
Secretary, you have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned.
How did you not plan for this?
That's a crazy statement, by the way.
Oh my God, bro! Like these guys, these people are such rats. How did you not plan for this? Like, what a fucking idiot! Give me. I'll be right back.
Crash out.
All right, I'm back. We're good.
Sorry about that. King crash out.
We continue.
For it, we recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve, and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do, or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you
I think that Trump has made that mistake multiple times where like he's given definitive like things and then obviously it didn't happen that way and then he looked bad. And so I think it's very obvious that they're trying to avoid that as much as possible.
That maybe you meet it, but if you don't, you fail. And we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
That's a nothing burger question. Okay.
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty, so we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we try to do here is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor injuries returned to duty, and so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it. Right here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
Oh,
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface to surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
still flowing through.
There's been no strikes.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much, Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is: President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, I know President Trump's calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S. and what are
That's a good question.
Demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Iranians, or excuse me, the Israelis have. But our objectives are our objectives, and so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping.
Oh yeah, the president has a historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established.
I think we're just going to keep selling China more of the oil, and then China's going to let Iran fall. I think that's what's going to happen. That's the best case scenario that's best for both China and America, and it just fucks Iran.
Yep.
Like, that's the smart thing to do. Like, if I was Trump, that's what I would do.
That relationship, which advanced the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Man, well, there it is. And he did do that? I mean, hopefully, right? Also improves relations? Yeah, definitely.
I better not fucking die. Uh-oh. Fucking nighttime grinding me crazy scary. The video end? My bad. Senior Toadman should be spawning here soon, I think, allegedly, perhaps, possibly. Nighttime grinding. Something I missed with Helldivers? Also, bro, I've been seeing some of the shit Ben Shapiro's been saying, bro. I don't know, bro. Dude kind of retarded at this point. Like, back then, he used to make some solid points. Nowadays, I'm like, what the hell? What that motherfucker say? Oh, Lord. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got, man?
This video was sponsored by War Thunder. More about that later. So over the years, the meta, or the go-to for streaming and content creation, has changed significantly. Where at the start it was mainly about streamers just playing games and talking to their chat, and probably the pinnacle of those streams back then would be the streamer hitting an epic clip, or their family member coming in without knowing they're live and embarrassing them.
Go to the bathroom and take a now.
Hey.
Bathroom and now. Go to the bathroom and take a shit. I can smell you. Get off.
Hey,
Go to the bathroom.
Get out.
Go to the bathroom. I can smell you. Yourself.
Around this time, streaming was mostly about the gameplay and the personality of the streamer. However, in the current day, it's more about clip farming.
You really think I'm pace?
Hey, where's my shake? Shake that ass! Drive! Drive!
Alright, bro.
Darren!
It's more about drama.
XQC is like Jekyll and Hyde, because who XQC is on stream is like a really brash person.
Isn't it Jekyll and Hyde, not Jekyll and Hyde? English major, by the way. And it's more about producing pure rage bait, so that clip, like clip farming, is then taken from your stream and spread throughout the internet, where people will openly criticize you and judge your character, even though it was probably intentional and maybe even staged for that desired effect.
Your account has been deactivated. L. Lacey, that poor guy's gonna be broke now. Bro, send him like $250.
Okay. 250, bro. What? At least 5. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sending him $500.
Bro, you
huh?
You
okay, but he knew the risk giving someone his DoorDash account.
Yeah, but I told him you were gonna be a regular fucking dasher.
Was I not?
Bro, you were eating the food. You fat.
Okay, I had a little snack.
And the result of this is free publicity and an increase in hate watchers, both benefiting you until in some cases it gets too much to the point where people take the bait way too seriously, and maybe they start preying on your downfall or even threatening your life, and results in you having to come clean and break both the character and the illusion that it's organic to tell people that you were just doing it for content for your own safety.
But yeah, I just got a weird... it's a weird threat. Like, normally it's the normal shit like, oh, elf, or, oh, I'm gonna find you and murder you. But this one was just a little different. I don't know how to explain it. It was just a little different.
This is just how streaming is nowadays. But what if, stay with me now, if there was a streamer that's been streaming for well over a decade, they've been very successful in their streaming career, they're actually known throughout the streaming space, but they've also had their fair share of controversies, they've said things that sometimes don't make sense or contradict what they've previously stated.
And we hate the rich. Anyways.
Bro, you are rich!
Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
Real!
No! Like the ultra rich, the ultra giga rich.
So now we're
And you cannot tell if what they say and do they mean, or it's just really successful rage bait. But either way, it's produced a similar effect regardless, where people regularly express their somewhat disdain for them. People will clip anything said that can be deemed even remotely controversial to profit on the hate for them. And another thing which is common on the internet right now, which is if they happen to be even remotely close to the supposed ancient age of 30, they will be constantly reminded of that fact, and by that time they should have had a significant other, kids, and weirdly enough that their eggs are close to expiring. Yeah. They're hated that much. Maybe the internet was a mistake. But that streamer and content creator I vaguely described is Pokimane. Someone that a few years ago actually had an overwhelmingly positive reputation, but in the current year it's drastically changed to the point where it appears there's more hate for her than anything else,
she's
and
annoying
day by
as
day
shit!
it only gets worse. But before we get into why she's hated, the controversies that may have brought about said hate, and if she deserves the hate, we first need to know who Pokimane is.
There's a reason it's called compulsive masturbator. It's not like something...
Okay, listen, bro, you have a legitimate issue, go see a doctor, like a dude with a legit PhD. That ain't me.
So Pokimane, or Amine Anis, was born on the 14th of May 1996 in the country of Morocco. Now, not a lot is known about her earlier life, except she would move from Morocco to Quebec, Canada at the age of 4, which I imagine must have been terrible with the average resident of Quebec not only speaking French, but also speaking barely translatable English. You're probably better off trying to communicate with the inhabitants of the North Central Island who have been isolated from other humans and the world for at least 30,000 years than trying to communicate with any Quebecian that claims they speak English.
No, yeah, I'm happy for that, but I seen some of these documentaries, I ain't believe none of that. Hey, the game government ain't no getting no in the sample, no give my 3D.
I have no idea what the fuck you're saying right now.
But slander to the side, Amine would make her start on the internet in June of 2013 at around the age of 17, where she would create her account on the Twitch platform and begin streaming under the guise of wanting to find other people that also played games, as in her own words, she didn't know anybody or have anyone to play with in her entire city. She began streaming the same time she created the account, going under the name Pokimane, which apparently was a name produced by mixing her name with the name of the Pokemon franchise. I am surprised Nintendo hasn't sued her yet with their track record. At the start of her streaming career, she would mainly stream League of Legends whilst also still being in high school, and around this time is when one of her infamous moments would occur that is still brought up to this day, which was her ripping the N-word whilst playing League of Legends because a person in her chat said her stream was boring.
Oh my god, well, like, I'm not a girl, so I can't get as many viewers as... Nick, you ain't funny. That's not true. Maybe you're just boring as fuck and lame as hell. Cause only lame say that shit. Sorry, getting mad.
This would be a clip that would forever haunt Pokimane in the future, mainly used whenever she spoke out about racism.
Ever racist. I have no prior history of any racist behavior.
But years later, she would give an excuse for this, saying she was still young, she didn't mean it in a derogatory way, and it was a different time back then. Which, to speak on the last point, she wasn't really wrong. Take one step into an NWQ lobby around that time, and you'd probably be educated on a slur for almost every ethnicity. But despite her reasoning, it is still brought up to this day, even if it is now over 2 decades old. But back to the start of her career, she would only really stream League of Legends, something she continued to do for the next few years, even when she had graduated from high school and began studying chemical engineering at McMaster University in Ontario. Poki would always find some time to stream from her dorm room whilst attending classes, sometimes back to back and enduring 9 to 12-hour days, apparently just so she could get some spare time to maintain her streaming schedule, which resulted in her building her audience and platform to the point where in 2015 she was making enough money to pay for things like her school by herself. And she was also getting recognized by Twitch, getting her own area for fan meetups at TwitchCon. Around this time, people were not only watching her for the League content, but also for Pokimane. The personality behind the gameplay, from the way she would interact with people in her chat to her segments like Dr. Perky, where she would speak directly to people in her chat and try to solve their problems, which resulted in some weird interactions like this.
So, my second issue is I'm a compulsive masturbator. Right? I masturbate fucking like 10 times a day. You know what I mean? I don't know how to stop. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you had this issue. You know what I mean? Like, I'm asking advice.
Okay, let's not kid ourselves. At least one person watching that stream was choking the chicken. That interaction was the only evidence I needed. And the only evidence I need that you're going to develop your next heroin-like addiction is with the sponsor of today's video, War Thunder. Something you've definitely heard about on this channel and probably when perusing the internet, most likely in the context of people complimenting the anime girl decals. But if you haven't heard, War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game on the internet right now, and it's completely free to play on PC, PlayStation, Xbox and mobile. A game where you can take control of over 2,500 vehicles, both modern and old, from aircrafts to the sea to ground-based vehicles. So there's something for everyone. And with how optimized the game is, even with the in-depth detail of the vehicles that are modeled almost exactly to their in real life counterparts, and the beautiful graphics, this game can still run on low-end machines. Your toaster could probably run it. For legal purposes, that is probably not true. I personally love realistic modes ground battles, but there's also an arcade mode for that quick boost of dopamine, and a simulator mode which gives you the most authentic experience. So what are you waiting for? Now is a better time than ever to play War Thunder for free and join a community of more than 95 million players by using my links in the description and pinned comment. New and returning players who haven't played in 6 months will get a massive bonus pack for PC and consoles. There are multiple premium vehicles, the exclusive Eagles of Valor vehicle decorator, 100,000 silver lions and 7 days of premium. Thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Going back to Pokimane, she was gathering momentum to the point where it looks like this streaming thing could work out, and she was also making a decent chunk of change doing it. But she was still a student. In fact, she had just finished her 2nd year of her chemical engineering degree, and she only had 1 more year left, where after she could freely explore her options from there. But feeling as though this opportunity wouldn't last much longer, she would decide to put her degree on hold and take a gap year to try out streaming full time. Something her parents didn't exactly agree with, but after seeing her revenue and reassuring them if things didn't work out she would only be missing a year of school, they were somewhat fine with it.
Through my last year, and I streamed part-time. And then I said, fuck this shit, I'm out 2 years into my chemical engineering degree.
Damn, what did your parents say?
Well, honestly, I kind of, I was like, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. I did a PowerPoint. I was like, look at my income. He's like, doing this. Look at my college debt. He's doing this.
Damn.
And the result of this was that she would never be returning to school or finish her degree, because her streaming career would start to skyrocket at the start of 2017. She would now be averaging over 3,000 concurrent viewers, a figure that would only continue to grow in tandem with the launch of games like Fortnite's Battle Royale. Pokey began streaming Fortnite at its peak alongside League of Legends, which would result in her viewership exploding, and she would receive over 450,000 followers just that year. Around this time, she would also get the opportunity to become one of the founding members of a content creation group called Offline TV, alongside other large streamers like Lily Pichu, Skara, and Pokelols. Although a lot of the founding members would eventually leave, resulting in Lily Pichu and Skara being the only surviving founding members. Pokimane would move to LA following the decision to join Offline TV, and around the beginning of 2018 she would win the Shorty Award for Streamer of the Year. From the outside, things were going very well for Pokimane. She was now averaging over 10,000 viewers per stream, a number that would still only continue to grow, and she would also see success on other platforms like YouTube, eventually reaching over 1 million subscribers. However, towards the end of 2018 is where people would begin to question Pokimane's character, as since she was getting popular, she had started to somewhat refine her on-stream behavior and image as a whole compared to previous years, and people were beginning to wonder if she truly was this wholesome and kind person she had built her brand on, or was it all fake? A sentiment that would continue to grow as the years went on and as she surrounded herself in more and more controversies. But said sentiment or opinion wasn't widespread at this point. It would first take a number of smaller events before it got to that level. The first sign of criticism against Pokimane, as mentioned, would start in late 2018. And it was another thing which still follows her around to this day, even though from the outside it appeared like a fairly wholesome act. And this event was her going on stream without makeup, which I assume had the objective of showing women it's okay to feel comfortable in their own skin, but it just led to people taking a screenshot of a single frame and waving it around, with most saying she was catfishing her audience with how different she looked with and without makeup. She would respond to this basically saying she's comfortable in her own skin and provides more pictures from better angles without makeup, but still to this day this image tends to pop up whenever Pokimane lands herself in controversy, and this was one of the first times she would see such a large amount of hate, and it was one of the handful of times she would actually have a somewhat good response, which wouldn't just result in her getting even more hate. But then almost straight after that, at the beginning of 2019, we had the Pokimane copyright situation where people really started to question her character. So basically she had a public Twitter argument with everybody's favourite gnome, Keemstar.
Everybody type in the chat, Alex is a stupid...
This was over Keemstar saying how SS Sniper Wolf must Photoshop her pictures, and he proceeded to point and laugh at her fans that were defending her after he said this. And Pokimane would get involved at this point defending the fans, which just resulted in a back and forth of both of them sending videos at each other over Twitter, with Keem calling her fake and Pokimane saying he's hateful. However, by the end of it, both would delete the responses and move on. But someone had archived the entire interaction and uploaded it to YouTube, which was actually the type of content they were known for, and this was Boblax, who I know just by mentioning their name in the current years like scraping a chalkboard, but this was before their whole controversy. But with Pokimane seeing this archive of the entire interaction, she would then choose to commit one of the cardinal sins of YouTube, which is abusing the copyright system and getting the video taken down. Which many at the time thought it was because it didn't show her in the best light and perhaps contradicted her on-stream image. Boblax would make a statement on this saying she had abused the copyright system. This of course gained a lot of traction and resulted in Pokimane getting a lot of shit. Even PewDiePie got involved saying taking down a video covering your drama just causes a Streisand effect and leads to more people shitting on you.
Somewhat understand the motivation of trying to take down that video. But the problem here is that you're just drawing more attention to it. It's the Streisand effect every single time.
And around the same time, making the situation worse was another instance where she was basically threatening to take down another channel's videos that was taking clips of her stream because she thought they weren't transformative enough. But for context, these videos had somewhat wild thumbnails and titles. But at the time, this clip did not help her case.
Edit videos and actually put effort into it and make it more entertaining for the viewer. Like, well, I'm so sorry that it takes you a lot of time to steal other people's content. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, no. And put it together. I'm so sorry that it takes... I'll be taking down some of your videos, but... yeah, I just hope you stop doing this.
With that said, some people made the point that she's saying his videos are not transformative enough, but here she was reacting to other people's videos on her stream and not really providing much of an input. It came off as a bit hypocritical. The criticism eventually reached a point where she could not ignore it and she would respond to the drama.
In all defense, I try to insert commentary where I can, but realistically, I'm kind of doing the same thing.
2 months later, by 1 talking privately to Boblax and 2 issuing an apology video, which currently is no longer
I'm not
available.
a multi-millionaire.
In the video, she basically said she took down Boblax's video because it was getting a lot of traction and she just wanted the drama to be over with, and she was wrong in thinking that would work. And the apology was going well till she said she was well within her right to do so, and then saves herself by saying it was not morally okay to do it. Talk about a roller coaster of an apology.
So, Boblax strung together all the tweets and videos from Twitter and just re-uploaded it to YouTube with no editing or commentary or voiceover. That video was getting a lot of traction at the time, and just being completely honest with you guys, I kind of wanted to be over with all the petty drama. Although I was legally within my right to take down the video, morally and as a content creator, it wasn't something that I should have done because, I mean, at the end of the day, those are tweets that me and Keem made publicly and videos that we made publicly.
Ultimately, the situation was over. She spoke to Boblax, she somewhat apologized, but this was one of her first major controversies and the first thing that made people somewhat cautious when trusting Pokimane. And it wouldn't be long till the next situation occurred and had almost the same effect. But now it was 2020 and Pokimane was doing very well. People had moved on from the previous drama and she was reaching new heights in her career, especially with the new Among Us phase and the newly announced Valorant. Remember that? That was 6 years ago now. Yeah, 2020 was 6 years ago. COVID really did backdoor our brains. Pokey was now comfortably averaging over 20,000 viewers per stream, and sometimes she peaked at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. And this still wasn't even her peak. Also around this time was when the term simp was being heavily used, which is a word used when describing someone that shows excessive devotion towards someone or something, and in the context of the internet they would mainly use this when describing the dedicated viewers of female streamers because supposedly they were stereotypically a lot more diehard and would defend the streamer more than the average chatter of a male streamer. Of course, this led to people labeling the average Pokemon watcher as a simp, which is something she would later comment on, somewhat defending her audience. But piggybacking off the rise of the word simp was a video by It's a Gundam, and it heavily involved fans of Pokemon, including one fan that apparently donated their savings to Pokemon.
I'm kinda short on savings, but I'll definitely get 500 to drop this week, laughing my ass off. Hope she sees this and knows I love and miss her. XD.
This would result in Pokemon reacting to that video because it heavily featured criticism of her and her audience, and she wouldn't have the best response to it, saying some of these cases or simps aren't actually donating this much money, and she doesn't like that he is making fun of her audience.
I'm so sorry. It is insanely hard to take this person seriously that is like dressed up as a VR person, not showing their faces, which, you know what, that's his choice. But you're also falling for this very obvious bait? Oh no. Literally just nice random people that are taking a photo of me. Or a photo with me. That's not freaking cool, dude.
She overall just didn't like the video, but the problem was that she then goes on a rant which from the outside was perceived as her directing her audience to dislike the video.
People like this stop is if people like me and my community give them feedback that this is not an okay thing to do. Not attack them, but I hit a little dislike and I say, this not cool. And if you think something is not okay and you want to see less of it, you also have to give feedback because that's how YouTubers work.
In the outcome of this, It's a Gundam's video gets bombarded and he even loses a big sponsorship deal that he was working on.
I had a sponsorship kind of lined up with like a big video game company. Yeah, that kind of went, so I hope you're happy, folks.
This led to another wave of criticism for Pokey, and considering it was so soon after the previous controversy, people assumed either she had not learned her lesson or that she could not handle criticism properly, which resulted in even more people questioning her character at that point. But after getting a lot of backlash, she would apologize personally to It's a Gundam and make another apology video, also addressing other claims at the time, and it was supposedly all water under the bridge after this.
I want to sincerely apologize to both It's a Gundam and to the sponsor of that video for the remarks and comments that I made.
Despite these setbacks, she was still doing very well. She still averaged thousands of viewers and even debuted as a VTuber for like 3 streams, and then went back to being a fleshy. She would see her overall peak in 2022, and around the same time she would eventually leave her place at offline TV to pursue other things. But she was at the top of her game. Most people on the internet knew her name, and the support she was receiving around this time was overwhelming. It took her 7 years and a gamble to reach this point, and it was a resounding success. That is a basic version of how Pokemon got to where she is today and some of the events along the way. But as she's grown, so has some of the resentment and distrust for her, because going past 2023, it's now reached a point where it's common to see hate for her, and it speaks louder than any good things being said about her. And it's probably due to a build-up over time with the controversy surrounding her as she grew, and key points like her cookie situation, because past that point is where the criticism for her really became mainstream. But what are said critiques surrounding her, and why is she so hated?
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags, $7 a bag. I know, math is hard.
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
So one of the main critiques Pokimane faces is that the so-called persona she shows on most of her streams, where she's usually this wholesome, kind and quiet person, is all fake, and this is just a mask she wears on stream to be perceived in a good light. But if we were being honest, a lot of streamers probably are putting on acts or are creating characters they will only show on stream. There are very few streamers you can confidently say aren't, and even then you don't know them personally, so you wouldn't know if they are. But more so with Pokimane, people didn't think that she was this nice person she constantly represented, and it was commonly stated it was all fake. Because there has been moments throughout her career these critics point to where this apparent mask slips, and in their eyes she shows her true character. Some of these moments I have already mentioned, like with the Boblax and It's a Gundam situation. In one she tried to silence drama, which just made it worse, and in the other she reacted poorly to a video criticising her and her fanbase. But there are more recent events people have pointed to, like what happened surrounding the XQC Kick contract, where XQC was offered a huge amount of money with the claimed figure being 100 million, in which most of it by now has probably been put into a slot machine knowing him, and this deal was so that he would stream on Kick. This wasn't even an exclusivity deal. He could stream on both Twitch and Kick as long as he hit his required amount of streamed hours on Kick. Now Kick is owned by Stake, a company mainly known for gambling, which around 2023 gambling in the streaming space was being heavily criticized, with the argument being that streaming gambling would encourage the streamer's audience to do it, and it could result in younger, more impressionable viewers getting addicted or losing a significant amount of money. This eventually led to Twitch at the time banning gambling, which also resulted in a lot of these gambling streamers moving to Twitch's competitor, Kick. Now with XQC being offered 100 million generational wealth, even his great-grandchildren will be able to buy at least 2 sticks of DDR5 RAM, which will probably be the biggest flex in the future with how RAM prices are right now. But this was a lot of money with a requirement he was already happy doing. So a lot of other streamers would understand why he would take the deal, and a lot of people congratulated him on it. But Pokimane, someone that had previously been somewhat buddy-buddy with XQC, upon hearing about this would not congratulate him from what I saw, and instead would go on a rant about how Twitch could shut down Kick at any point, which was a claim that was wrong. That would be Amazon's web service, and I'm pretty sure that would violate their user agreement.
Kick makes Twitch money. Like, Kick is using Twitch's services. And if Twitch really wanted, they could just stop giving these services
Those
to
PvP
Kick.
addons you showed
But right
earlier
now, they're
are for
just sitting back
PvP
like,
capped and
"Thanks, I
open
guess."
world.
And around the start of another stream, upon being asked if she would ever take a deal herself, she responds in a bit of a self-righteous way, saying she would never compromise her morals, and it's cringe. And
you also have to understand those add-ons are based they're based around the way I play. Each person's add-ons will vary based off the way they play a character. Now, usually a lot of the things would be kind of similar, but there'll be like minor differences here and there.
I see.
Yeah, boy. I don't know.
people would think she was referring to XQC and his big deal around this time.
No, and it's not because I got like $10 million. It's just because I'm good
I got
Why
$10 million.
would I compromise my morals and
PvP combos changed after the adjustments for Nova Right.
Sorta?
To me
Not
personally. Like I understand, you know, if you need to make money.
I mean, a combo is a combo.
For me to do cringe shit when I have I can't. Like, ew.
This would result in both of them getting into a call and presenting both of their points, which didn't solve anything.
Well, basically, Hassan, we're kind of done talking about me being a snake, so I think it's time we talk about you being a snake. Take it away, X.
Okay, well, I want. But what made it worse, and one of the main points people used that she is fake, was when previously when streamers were congratulating XQC, one streamer who was associated with Pokimane, who did publicly congratulate XQC on his deal, for some reason Pokey would send them a message and question why she would congratulate him.
I tweeted congrats to XQC and Kick because I think it's like a win-win
I'm
situation
going to sleep,
for both
bro.
parties.
CYA.
And she reached out and she was like, I was kind of surprised that you were publicly supporting it. And crypto gambling promotes
But to be fair, the streamer that claims this does actually add more context when this clip blew up defending Pokimane. Eventually the drama would be over, but a lot of people question why she would insert herself into this situation and why she reacted the way she did, especially with someone that she had previously associated with, but this would be a situation referenced with this criticism. Another case referred to, and one that was probably her biggest fumble, which I personally think played an integral role in where her reputation and public standing is to this day, and that was with the cookie situation, where she worked with a company to release a cookie that was claimed to be a healthy snack alternative called Miana. Now people noticed a lot of problems with the cookie. One, it almost had exactly the same values and looked almost like another brand, and two, it was very expensive just for one bag.
Buy from the store, how much would it cost?
$14. So it's $14 without shipping. Yeah, without shipping.
No.
Yeah.
That can't be right.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
That's so bad.
And three, people said they tasted pretty bad. But with the first point on the launch, people would go to her chat and say, you know, these cookies are a bit overpriced, which led to a response which is another one of Pokimane's infamous clips, which once again still follows her around to this day.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags.
Yep.
That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyway.
Now this clip would blow up. Even Moist Critical made a video on it. She would later say this was a joke, but some would point to her previously having the same attitude days prior. Regardless if this was a joke, the internet had cast their judgment, and this on top of many other situations I've mentioned would be used as evidence towards the point that Pokimane can't take criticism, and that there are moments where she reacts in a way that contradicts the image she's built up over the years, that leads to people coming to the conclusion that her personality is fabricated or unorganic. The next common critique about Pokimane is that she is performative, which is a word heavily being used in the current year, and for a content creator, being called performative probably has the same effect as being called a slur. But people think Pokimane often makes claims or says things because that is the current thing, and she doesn't actually fully believe in what she's saying, and a lot of times people claim it's just virtue signaling. A key example people recently use is when on stream she ranted about the rich and how she hates the rich, which some thought was a bit hypocritical since it's estimated she is very wealthy herself, and of course people would bring up her very expensive cookies, even using it to counter a previous point she made about capitalism. But in that moment she does clarify she's talking about the ultra rich, not rich people like her, which did not save her from any criticism. Overall, a rich person talking about how they hate the rich, even if it is the giga rich, can be viewed as more ironic than anything, and it did not have the desired effect.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
No, wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Wage gap is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other.
Facts.
And we hate the rich. Anyways.
Aren't you the rich?
No! Like the ultra rich, the ultra giga rich.
Tell her, bro. Call her out.
People also point to how sometimes she will tweet about things like in this now deleted tweet, where she says how she missed when streaming was about gaming and not just drama baiting and clip farming, in which people would remind her she's been in a few dramas and initiated some when she didn't really need to. People also refer to this comment she made in an interview where she says streaming is too male dominated and there aren't any female streamers the same size as people like iShowSpeed, which people would admit is true, but point out there wasn't a lot of female streamers doing content like iShowSpeed. And for some it felt like she was discrediting the progress females have made in the streaming space, especially in the last few years. A key example was with VTubers, which ironically is female dominated. This is apparently a claim she brings up a lot because this original story was made over a year ago. Yet as recent as 2 months ago, it was brought up again. I'm pretty sure people are just recycling it at this point. But Pokey does make statements like this a lot and they don't always land. Like her comment on believing all victims, yep, it was brought up that she was laughing at Amber Heard during her trial when she was supposedly the victim, and when called out on this, she would apologize. I think even recently there was another event where she was called a moody socialist billionaire by her chat, and she responds by banning them and saying if she was one, she wouldn't be one for long because she would give away all her money.
I think I'm a billionaire, you cookie bean. I'm so sorry. If I ever was a billionaire, I wouldn't be a billionaire for more than a day. I would give away most of my money.
And there are other examples people use to claim she's performative.
I'm an immigrant girl. We always feel like we gotta work. Work.
Kokimane immigrated to Canada from Morocco when she was 4 years old, which would be around the year 2000. Okay, so you didn't immigrate shit, your parents did. And besides you studying at a university, you've never had a normal job outside of content creation.
The final reason I found for why people hate Pokimane is simply just down to fatigue. Now, I have said in a previous video, Pokimane finds herself in a controversy or situation once every 3 months, whether it's down to something she says or does. And I think what I said still applies to this day. For some reason, recently she proposed to herself and made it a public thing, and the next thing was she started talking about her relationships and how she doesn't need a man, and then she started doing content with a guy people insist is her boyfriend. And all of this is fine, it's her life, she can do whatever she wants and she can create whatever content she wants. But indirectly, it's led to fatigue, where people are tired of seeing these arbitrary statements on Twitter or a stunt like her proposing to herself. And these are the only things you really hear about Pokimane nowadays, and it's not all her fault, but people are tired of it. Some claim her openly doing these type of things is because she's going through a midlife crisis or attention seeking. My personal theory, leading to what I said at the start of the video, is that she has the self-awareness to know she's made it in life. She doesn't, from my knowledge, have to worry about important things like her finances, and she knows there's nothing she can do to change anyone's mind regarding her reputation. I mean, at this point, she's a lot less apologetic than she was in previous years, where around that time, if she saw a ton of backlash, she'd make a public statement or apologize. But she doesn't really do that anymore. I think she knows she's only one comment away from a 5'2" Venezuelan homeless Canadian man making a video on her so he can feed his 5 children. So she plays into it, and I think 2025 onwards, she is just rage baiting people at this point. And it works so very well, but I may be giving her too much credit. Pokimane right now is at the phase, I assume, where her online career is winding down. She doesn't stream as much as she used to, she doesn't stream to as many people as she used to, she's losing followers on Twitch, and there is a lot of hate out there for her. So I think at this point she's just having fun with it, but that's just my theory.
A game theory.
You want me to take out a gun and blow a fucking hole in your head right here, right now? You want that?
So in conclusion, does Pokimane deserve the hate she receives? Well, in terms of the criticism she receives, I think she deserves said criticism in some cases, especially in situations where it comes to her responding to things or making comments she doesn't really need to make. And she has done this a lot, which has led to a shift in her reputation over the years. But obviously there are people that take their dislike for her too far, like harassing her and sending weird messages to her. But in terms of general criticism, I think there is some logic behind it, and I think recently she is rage baiting people for the love of the game. However, despite this, looking at her career, it's still impressive what she's done in the past decade. No matter what criticism you have for her, you really can't take that achievement away. Once again, thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to check it out. It's free on PC, consoles, and mobile. Find the links below and in the pinned comments to grab your bonus pack, including multiple premium vehicles, the exclusive Eagles of Valor vehicle decorator, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium. Available on PC and console for new and returning players who haven't played for at least 6 months. But yep, that's all I really had to say, and bye-bye.
Hey, it's Christine Grace. Welcome back to my channel. Today is another reaction video. Like the video on your way in. Let's get straight into it.
Tells the truth on Oprah's stage. Let's jump in.
Now it's time for us to get into this and do what we gotta do. Because we many.
No, not all of us are.
And how to meet women. The thing that struck me was that men 18 to 25, 45% of men 18 to 25 have not engaged personally on asking a woman out for a date, or I find that to be shocking.
Almost half of young men have never asked a woman out in person. And there's a bunch of factors around that. One, it's difficult. I mean, it's just not easy. One of the key skills I think a man has to treat or try and give his son is to how to express romantic interest while making that person feel safe.
Oh my goodness! Here we go again. So now the story is men are just too intimidated to approach women? Really? Let me ask.
There's no, you know, normalcy, is there? It's either men are too intimidating or men are too intimidated.
The question that nobody on that stage is allowed to ask. How many women are asking men out in person? Oh, right. That's still not their role. It's still the man's job to approach. It's still the man's job to risk rejection. It's still the man's job to escalate. It's still the man's job to make her feel safe. But somehow, this is framed as a male failure. Pay very close attention to what Scott advises men about.
Yeah, no one's asking the question, why is it that the men don't want to approach anymore?
Rejection.
If you want to hang out with someone higher character than you and better looking than you, quite frankly, get ready to eat shit, because it involves rejection over and over and over. Nothing wonderful will happen to you without taking an uncomfortable risk. And a lot of it is just practice. Get used to know. And when I tell these men I mentor, church group, sports league, whatever it might be, and then you got to express friendship or romantic interest, and this is what's going to happen. You're probably going to get to know, and then you're going to call me the next day. I'm going to say, are you all right? And that person's going to say yes. I'm going to say, okay, now the next time it's 2 approaches. You just got to build some calluses. There's no easy way around it.
Yeah.
No is the path to wonderful yeses.
A lot of excerpts from your book stuck with me.
Yep.
But one in particular is a callback to the point you were making on how one of the most important strengths a young man can develop is a willingness to endure rejection.
Yeah.
Now this is where context matters. This advice might have made sense 20 years ago, but let's talk about the world men actually live in now. Men get filmed for approaching. Rejection can go viral. One misunderstanding can become an accusation. And one bad interaction can destroy reputations, careers, and mental health. Remember the headline? Gen Z men scared to date as fear of being filmed creates a cold war between the sexes. That didn't come from nowhere. That's not imagination. That's not insecurity. That's the direct result of the social environment men are being forced to operate in. So when Scott says fathers need to teach their sons how to express romantic interest while making women feel safe, what he's actually saying is this: men must absorb all the risk while society absorbs none of the accountability. And Scott knows he cannot touch the real reason men are opting out, because the moment he does, he gets labeled misogynist, dangerous, anti-women. So instead, he stays in the safe lane. Blame fathers, blame men, blame masculinity, but never, ever the culture that punished men into silence in the first place.
Which is the women.
Now watch what happens when Scott gets a dating question from a woman, because this is where the mask really starts to slip.
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation. I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up on dating. We're more focused on our family and our friends and our careers.
Okay, stop it right there.
We've given up on dating, but here I am in a picture with my friend who's engaged.
Yeah.
Take a good look at her and her friends. This is key for what we're about to break down.
And for me personally, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I really love the version of myself that I've become. I put a lot of work into her. I'm really focused on my career and that emotional independence, and it feels really great to be in that space. So I thought when I started dating again, that would actually make dating easier. But I feel like it's getting so much harder to actually find someone who is willing to come to the table and meet me where I am.
There it is, the core confusion. She built her value in a currency the dating market does not trade in. Men don't vet women by their LinkedIn. She improved herself for the system, not for connection. And now she's confused why the connection isn't there. She's the product of a deal she didn't read the fine print on. Because we all know men do not select wives based on a woman's career. Yet she's confused why men won't meet her where she is.
And it's sad, isn't it? Because there's probably a lot of women that genuinely, I mean, like this woman, she seems to really not get it. Like, she in her mind, she seems to think like, I've really tried and it's not working. And that's really sad, isn't it? Because how many women are now completely missing out on that opportunity to, you know, find someone and settle down and have a family because they fell for the system's lie that if you do this, you do this, you do this, that's going to lead to happiness. And then everything else comes secondary. She listened to the lies of older, bitter women saying you should do this first, you should do that first. And now, unfortunately, she's reaping the rewards of that lie, which is men don't care about any of this stuff. And the reason I say that it's sad is because, you know, it is good to work on yourself. It is good to, you know, work on how you are in a relationship. But the truth is that you can only do that in the context of a relationship.
Yep.
For you to work on yourself in a way that's genuinely meaningful, it has to be done through relationship. Now, I don't even just mean intimate relationship, friendships, family relationships. But who we are is not who we are in our own head. It's how we are in the context of a relationship, any relationship. You know, how are you with other people? Because you might think you're a great person in your mind, but if you're swearing at every person, you know, that you love, that's not who you think you are in your mind, but that's who you are in reality. So it's sad because she thinks like she's really worked on yourself, but the truth is that all of the problems that are going to come out are only going to come out in the context of a relationship. And the only way to work on being in a relationship is by being in a relationship. And I think that's true for everyone. You know, even guys, like, I think it's good that guys they're afforded at least the time to be able to work on themselves. But, you know, it translates in the dating market, so they can do that. They can work on their career and make the money and stuff, and that does translate well in the dating market for them. Obviously, it doesn't for women. But one thing that I think is true for both the men and the women is that stuff, working on that stuff that's to do with you, as in your career, your fitness, your health, that can help certainly in getting the relationship. In the context of how good are you at relationships, that skill, that level of accountability and self-awareness can only be practiced in the context of a current relationship. You might think you're really self-aware.
Nope,
right?
I'm horrible.
I can't remember who said it, but I was reading this book once, and it was like, you might think that you're self-aware, or you might think that you are, you know, mindful until you go to your parents' house, or until you have children. So it's like, you can think that you are, you know, working on yourself and you're really aware and this, that, the other, and you might be doing it in a way that's like, yeah, you are getting better to you. But if you're still carrying the same behaviors, patterns into a relationship, the relationship's still going to suck. There's no amount of working on yourself outside of that relationship that's going to make a difference. It has to be worked on in and through the context of a relationship. That relationship still might not work out, but you know, I don't believe any relationship is invaluable. Even if it's a bad experience, there's always something you can learn through being in relationship to other people, whether that be intimately, whether that be personally, whether that be in a business setting. There's always something to learn about being in relation to another human being in any context.
So now, let's see how Scott handles this.
So my question for Scott is, as women continue to level up more and more, why do you think that we can't find as many men that are willing to meet us there?
So what you said was really telling, that you're pouring your energy into family, friends, and work. That is very telling. That's more indicative of women than men. And that is, women tend to channel that energy, that romantic energy, or lack thereof, or interest, into very positive things, whereas men sometimes channel it into negative things.
Oh my goodness! Stop it, Scott. This is exactly why feminism is a product of capitalism. Women are encouraged into student loan debt, corporate careers, endless consumption, and independence defined as productivity for the system. Romance, relationships, and even loneliness are now turned into economic fuel. Men don't consume like women do. Men don't run on the same incentive structure. And that's why Scott praises her for feeding the machine, while scolding men for quietly opting out of it. Let's continue.
The reality is, my message, I'm not here with a message for hope on this, because the reality is, women made socioeconomically, horizontally, and up. Women, generally speaking, and this isn't true for everybody, but generally speaking, Women who graduated from college don't want to date men who didn't graduate from college. Not always, but generally speaking. It's the high heels effect. And again, this is an uncomfortable conversation. 50% of women say they would never date a man shorter than them. I think that's bullshit. I think it's more like 80%. I think women
There you go, that one's true.
I'm glad he said that.
instinctively want a dude they feel that could physically protect them. And the problem is, or the issue is, and it's both a wonderful thing, but something that's created knock-on effects in mating, is that women, metaphorically, are getting taller every year.
Yeah,
and
thank
men
you.
appear to be getting shorter, when I'm saying metaphorically. And the divorce rates have skyrocketed, and 70% of divorce filings are from women. And it's because, and it's actually for some good reasons, women no longer feel like they're economically indentured servants. They have their own game, and their ascent economically has not been matched by men's ascent emotionally and logistically.
Oh, I feel so bad for all of the men in this room. I feel so bad for the dudes at the back who are just having to sit there like what? Why are we doing this? Why are we publicly castrating men on television? Why? Like, we're all just gonna sit in a room and we're gonna prop men up on some stools and we're all just gonna talk about how women are so much better than them. Like, what is this? What is this? Is this like humiliation corn? Like, do people get off to this? Because I feel uncomfortable. I feel like this is a weird fetish where women, Oprah probably, we all know she's into some crazy stuff. I know her name's in the files a few times. But it's like, what are we doing? I feel so uncomfortable watching this.
So women...
What in the liberal modern day BS is going on?
Wake up and say, okay, I'm making more money than you. You're not pulling your weight.
Like, oh my goodness. Look at all these poor men in the back. Oh gosh. I just want to go in there. I want to walk in there. I want to flip the table. I want to be like, you. Tell me about your last relationship and just point out how, you know, he probably wasn't in the wrong all the time. Like, oh gosh, it's so awkward to watch. I feel so bad for them having to sit there and just nod along to their own like self-abuse. Why?
At home, and you're kind of not there for me. You're not really noticed.
It's like, I feel like, yeah, it's like the men have just been told, you sit here and shut up whilst we tell you everything that's wrong with you. It's a humiliation ritual. It really is. I feel humiliated on behalf of these men. They are sat there as props for a humiliation ritual. I'm convinced that's what this is.
Seeing me. And so a lot of women are doing the math and exiting the relationship. What I would say is, what you're feeling, quite frankly, I think is what a lot of women are feeling. And a lot of women say there are no good men to date, or there are no men to date. No, there just aren't that many men they'd want to date.
Now here is why men are tired. Scott is finally cooking with real facts about female hypergamy, unrealistic standards, and exit behavior. But watch closely how he frames it. Once again, the conclusion is not women's expectations have become detached from reality. It's men need to catch up. Once again, men must absorb the adjustment. Now look at what he told Brandon.
When they start trusting me, I'd really like a girlfriend. And I go through a series of exercises, and the first thing I ask them is like, would you have sex with you? What do you look like? Do you take your appearance seriously? Do you have a plan? Do you have a kindness practice? How do you demonstrate excellence?
I don't want to boast
Right?
my
The basis
ego,
of
but I
that-
think I kind of
In other words, women are allowed to demand more, move the goalposts, raise the standard indefinitely, and men are expected to just run faster, produce more, earn more, feel more, do more, emotionally, financially, domestically, without ever asking, at what point is the contract unfair? At what point is the juice not worth the squeeze? Because let's be honest, this woman is clearly looking for a high status man. But notice what Scott doesn't ask her. He doesn't ask, would a top tier man choose you? He doesn't ask.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's always, you know, the onus of responsibility is always on men. There is never an onus of responsibility on women to be accountable or to even just be fair. You know, for the women that are somehow all about equality and fairness, they sure don't care about if it's fair on the men.
Ask, are you physically competitive in a dating market? He doesn't ask, do you bring what the men you want are actually selecting for? because that question would...
Which he's also doing her a disservice by not being that honest, because he's feeding her delusion, which is only going to keep her single for longer, which, you know, she clearly wants to be with someone. That's why she's here. That's why she's trying to figure out what she's doing wrong. She wants a relationship. So it's like this advice, yeah, it's infuriating for the men. But, like, for me as a woman, it's also just as infuriating because I'm like, you're also not helping women. Like, this only momentarily helps the women feel better about their situation, but it doesn't solve the problem. These women want to be in relationships. They want a man to be in their lives. They think they want it for all the wrong reasons, but if you strip all of that back, if you actually give half of these women a reality check, you know, they just want someone. So it's like, by feeding into their delusion and telling them, like, yeah, it's okay, other women feel the same as you. Yeah, sucks out there, doesn't it? Like, okay, cool, for a minute I don't feel so alone because, well, other people also feel alone, but then I still have to go home to my empty apartment tonight with my box of wine and my 7 cats sitting around my feet. Like, you're not helping anyone with this kind of advice. You're infuriating the men because you're putting the full onus of responsibility on men, which therefore ignores the struggles of men and is only going to create more resentment from that side. But then you're also not helping the women, because it's like telling a fat person that she's beautiful. You're only momentarily making her feel better, but you're shortening her lifespan. You're momentarily telling these women, oh, you're not alone. You're not alone, and you're heard, you're seen, heard, and understood, which you're not telling the men. But by telling them that, they think they've got nothing to improve on. And if they've got nothing to improve on, then, like, what does a person do with that? If you've got no, you know, path forward, how are you supposed to continue? And that's miserable. You'll rot away like that. So it's like he's just encouraging this woman to rot away, you know? There's nothing you can do. It's just the men. That's infuriating. You're telling me I don't have control over my life and it's all about the men having to meet me where I am. Well, what can I do to meet them where they are? You know, none of this is helpful to either sex that's involved.
Instantly be called cruel, misogynistic, victim blaming. We all know fat women don't want fat men, but nobody is allowed to say that in reverse. And that's the asymmetry. If women only date up, women initiate 70% of divorces. Women expect taller, richer, more dominant, more emotionally available, more present men. Then mathematically, most men are being disqualified before they even start. And Scott knows this. But instead of saying the expectations are unrealistic, he tells men to step up and accept the new terms. And that's where men draw the line, because
And it's like, if we lived in a fair society where that was a possibility, then I could understand that. But that's not the case. The truth is that all of our institutions are massively skewed against men, so it's even harder than ever before for men to, you know, level up. And if we do level things out and we have a merit-based society instead of a, you know, equitable, diverse, inclusive society, then chances are most men will level up, and they will level up past the women, but then we'll be back where we started, where women are saying this isn't fair, this isn't fair. Yeah. When the truth is, it's only fair when it suits them. It's only fair when it suits them, because what is happening right now, the fact that women have been ushered into the workplace, put on pedestals above men instantly over men who have been working years and years and years to climb up that ladder. Well, now these women are going, well, I'm all the way up here and I expect a guy to also be up here. But it's like, you took his spot. There's only a certain amount of places up there and you have taken it. So become a lesbian. Honestly, like, if that's what you want, become a lesbian, because it's all women. Life isn't fair, unfortunately, and there's always gonna be, you know, different people in different positions. And if all you women are finding yourselves, say, up here in terms of, you know, economic status or, you know, your position in the company, whatever the hell women think matters these days, and there's no other men up there, well, then you have to look at the situation and be like, well, why is that? You know, it annoys me when I hear these women brag about their positions and stuff, because I just think, well, like, why do you have that job? Realistically, like, was there a quota for the amount of women that need to be in your department? If there was, like, I don't care. I really don't care about how hard you think you've worked to be there. You're there because you're a woman. And when that is the case, you push men out of their rightful places. Places that they've often had to work 10 times harder to be at.
Respect is also a boundary. If the deal is you must become exceptional just to be tolerated, while the rules only move in one direction, men are no longer required to sign that contract.
Absolutely.
That's not a male failure. That is male withdrawal. And the more society keeps pretending this exhaustion is a men problem, the faster men are gonna opt out of the entire game.
So where I try to go to solutions is how do we lift up young people such that they're all or more of them are economically viable, which I think will, on the margin, lift up or disproportionately impact young men. But just the fact that you said you're self-conscious.
This is what I hate about modern culture, just in general. Everything is about lifting up, everything. We're gonna lift you up, we're gonna lift you up. Everything is about making you feel better, elevating, you know, all of this BS. When it's like, we are so far lifted above the ground that if any of us were to actually put our feet back on the ground for a second, none of us would know what the hell to do. We all live in such complete and utter delusion in the modern world. We've forgotten most of our basic skills. We don't know how to, you know, make clothes anymore. We don't know how to, you know, lay bricks anymore. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you're a bricklayer, but, you know, maybe you do. Maybe you don't. But it's like we've lost so many of these skills that used to keep us grounded, that used to keep us, you know, rooted in hard work and, you know, down to earth. Everyone's Kim Kardashian now. Everyone's an influencer. Everyone's taking pictures for the Instagram. We all live in this elevated society of, oh, we feel good, but none of us are actually doing the groundwork. That's the problem. No one's actually doing the groundwork anymore, and the people that are doing the groundwork don't get a second look in. And it's like, let's just do a little thought experiment here for a second. Even if they did, you know, imagine Oprah or this dude goes and meets someone who is a bricklayer, or goes and meets a woman who, I don't know, maybe she works on a farm and she...
Oh, dude, a farmer chick?
See, I don't even know. That's how out of touch with of reality we are these days. Everyone works tertiary sector jobs. I can't even think of a primary sector one. Let's say she makes clothes, or she helps birth lambs or something. These people, right? These people, Oprah and this dude, would go to those people, the bricklayer or, you know, the farmer's wife, and say, oh, we need to elevate you. We need to elevate you from this level. Those people could be perfectly happy. Those people are probably happier than them. But it's like, oh no, we need to elevate you. You're better than this. You're better than this. You're better than this. It's like we're constantly lifting people up, telling people that they're better, 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 better. But we're all forgetting that, okay, yeah, it can feel really good being elevated, like, oh, hey, I'm flying. But it's also terrifying. It sends your nervous system into overdrive because you're not grounded. Your feet aren't on the floor. You can't feel safe. So we're constantly lifting these people up and up and up. Yeah, go, fly, fly, fly. When we don't have wings, I hope you're following my metaphor here, we cannot really be content in life because our nervous systems are flying off at 1,000,000 miles per hour because we're in the sky and we don't have wings. If we were meant to fly, we would be birds, but we're not. We're supposed to have our feet on the ground. No one has their feet on the ground anymore. How about we stop elevating and trying to levitate and start keeping our feet on the ground and pulling other people down? I know that sounds completely alien in today's culture, doesn't it? But pulling other people down and going, hey dude, I know you're enjoying it up there and you're flying, but you know, I can also see that it's making you quite nervous. So why don't you just come back down here and we'll just stand here for a little while. We'll just enjoy the world from the ground. Because hey, you know what? Cool. Flying offers a different perspective. It's cool to see things from a bird's eye view. But if you stay up there too long, you're gonna get cold. It's really cold up there, you know, the altitude gets thinner, can't breathe up there. Come back down, you can breathe, we can light a fire, it's nice and warm, and, you know, the world's pretty cool from down here too. If you've stuck with me throughout that crazy metaphor that I don't even know what kind of tangent I just went on, what I'm trying to say is that how about instead of constantly lifting each other up, we start bringing each other back down to the ground. We start telling each other, women, you know, I know you think you want this, but let's figure out what you really want. Why don't we start asking the questions, why do I want a partner? What do I actually want? Now, if it's I just want to go to nice places, then maybe we should tell that person, go work a better job because you should be getting that for yourself and not relying on someone else to do it for you. But if they're honest and they are, you know, genuine, they might say something along the lines of, I want to have a family. I want to do life with someone. I want to care for someone. I want to support someone. In which case, you've got something to work with. And telling them, lift yourself up, go get a better career, go do this, go tell yourself affirmations in the forest, maybe that's not the most helpful advice. Maybe bring them back down to the ground and going, okay, well, that's actually pretty easy to find. If you can recognize that having a 6-foot-tall man and 6 figures isn't necessarily the qualifier. Actually, you've just made your life a whole lot easier by realizing that, because, you know, actually most guys aren't over 6 foot, and actually there are a lot of guys that want the same thing. So it's like, let's stop lifting each other up to disproportional levels and start bringing back, you know, grounding. That was a long rant, I'm sorry.
Aware enough to pour that energy into really productive things means you're going to be fine. I don't think romantic love is the...
See, you see that right there? That eyes. That is a look of skepticism. She's questioning. She knows it's BS. Part of her brain somewhere knows that's not what I wanted to hear. I wanted you to tell me I'm being delusional and maybe I should lower my standards, because actually I just want to be happy. I don't want to be a boss babe. I'm tired. I am jealous of my friend who has the bride crown on, and I just want to get married and have a family. She knows. Somewhere in there, she knows. But she's just not surrounded by any good people who are actually willing to tell her that.
Be all end all for everybody. It's really rewarding, but I think you can find what I'll call that sort of purpose, relational love in a lot of different areas. And the fact that you're even thinking about how you channel that energy into stuff that's more productive.
She knows. She knows it's BS. She knows that this isn't going to change anything, because she knows that what he's asking from men is disproportional to the situation.
You're the role model for young men right now. Not everyone's going to find romantic love right away, or it's going to happen, it's going to take
You're the role model for young men. Seriously, dude? Oh my gosh.
longer. But how do you transfer it into more productive means that make you a better person, a better citizen, a better sister, better daughter? So anyways, this is a long-winded way of saying, right on. You're being a productive human. You're going to...
See, that's not what she wants to hear. She's sick of it. She doesn't want to hear it. Society has told this woman from a young age, right on, and you're exactly where you need to be, because, yeah, of course the system is going to tell her that, because she is exactly where the system wants her to be. The problem is, dude, that I've forgotten your name, she doesn't like where she is. That's why she's come here. Because she's done everything that society and the system have told her to do, and she's not happy. For crying out loud, the girl just wants to be held. She just wants to be loved. And she probably wants to love someone else if she's just, you know, a bit self-aware. I think part of her is, look at her face, she's not buying it. She knows, like, oh, you're telling me that I'm doing the right thing, but I'm still miserable. She knows. We all know on some level. So why are we pushing the men away by telling the men, like, you need to be better, when the truth is, someone just needs to tell this girl, you are fine. You are fine, and it's okay to date someone that doesn't have a college degree. It's okay to date someone that maybe they earn less than you, because you guys can work it out. You can work it out. And do you know what doesn't hold your hand when you're dying? Your degree, your shopping bags, your bloody jet trips and your yacht trips and whatever the hell it is, your lip filler, whatever the hell society has convinced you is going to matter. She knows all that matters is who holds your hand. And she wants that, and yet we're telling her, well, you can't have that because we need you to be a good slave. We need you to be a good employee. You need to keep doing what you're doing. Otherwise, you know, otherwise we don't get all the money from those lovely taxes that you're paying us.
Be happy regardless if you find that or not. And I just wish more men...
But that's not the truth, dude. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. Most women, I mean, I don't speak for men here because maybe it's different for men. Maybe a lot of men are just happy doing them. But seriously, I don't know any woman who's single who is actually happy with it. Not saying they don't exist, I'm sure they do. But most women, we don't want to be single. We don't want to be single. We want to be held. We want to be cared for and care for someone. We want someone to hold our hands. You know? So it's like, no, I'm sorry, like, you, dude, are not giving good advice. That is not kind, nor nice, nor just like, she's come here because she's saying she's having trouble with dating. What, you think she came here to be told, like, oh, you're having trouble with dating? Just stay single.
Yep.
What?
Would take your lead and say, all right, maybe things aren't working out for me romantically. I'm going to continue to work on myself. And I'm going to pour that energy into other relationships.
Scott, men are already doing exactly what you just described. That's the irony. Why do you think men are disappearing from dating? Why do you think men are opting out? Why do you think only about half of single men are even trying anymore, according to Pew? Because men already ran the numbers. They looked at the rejection, the public shaming, the false accusations, the divorce courts, the financial exposure, the emotional labor with zero appreciation. And they said, I'm better off redirecting my energy. That's not failure, that's adaptation. Men are building businesses, men are lifting, men are stacking skills, men are leveling up alone. And here's the part Scott will never say out loud. Men want respect. Women want to feel good.
And he's completely got the two jumbled up because he's telling the woman, you know, all of this stuff, which the men are already doing. He's giving a male appropriate answer to a female because we've blurred the lines in society. We've said, oh, male, female, same thing, no difference. When actually there is a difference. This woman needs to feel care. She needs to feel love. Men need to feel respected, which means she needs to be told, yeah, you earn more than this guy, but you need to treat him like you don't. I'm sorry, I'm gonna put it bluntly. That is what it is. That's the society we live in now, guys. And if any of us are gonna work with this, yeah, probably a lot of relationships, the woman's gonna earn more than the man. But if that woman can come home and act like she doesn't, maybe you guys put all of your money into the same pot and he still has control of it. Like, I don't know, you guys let me know, but maybe that could work. Like I say, I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with solutions here because we can't undo time. Women are in the workforce. Women have been given all of these positions of power that they didn't work for. Women are earning more. Women are getting the majority of the degrees. We can't change that. So if anything is going to work moving forward, then it needs to be about, yeah, elevating men, but bringing the women back down because right now the whole power dynamic is off. Someone should be telling that woman, you need to find a way to find a man that you respect, and that respect not be weighed on how much he earns, because you need to be able to recognize that the reason he doesn't earn more than you.
America's biggest streamer was anti-war until Trump bombed Iran. Okay, we're gonna watch this. I don't know why you AI generated, oh, just to give me more teeth. Well, thank you. We play too big of a role.
Fuck. Alright, that was
other
good.
countries' military shit. Yeah. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. Yeah. It's a waste of our money. The people there probably fucking hate us. Like, where's really the upside here, right? Stay out of it. Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm not saying, like, we should be totally isolationist, but I think that the level that, like, that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like, you know, like Libya, for example, back in the day, what the fuck? Or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man. Way too much.
That's Zach Hoyt, better known as Asmongold.
So this is another example of something being taken out of context. Inside of that clip, I was talking about the reason why Trump voters don't feel satisfied with Donald Trump. And it's because from a average voter's perspective, focusing on international conflicts over local ones is a bad idea. And so that's the main reason too. So we've got, obviously, that's the reason why I was talking about it, number one. And number two, Libya wasn't funding terrorism at the same level that Iran was. Libya wasn't trying to build a nuclear bomb and blow up the United States. So, I mean, this is, again, two completely different things. It's not like Libya and Iran are the same country.
The most watched streamer in North America talking about American military intervention abroad.
That's me.
Look at them. I think they're little small ones.
Yep.
See?
Too interventionary, waste of money. Stay out.
Trying to make me look bad. Trying to make me look bad already.
And now here he is, same man, same streamer, on the subject of the United States bombing of Iran.
So he's trying to create, you can see very clearly, right? He's trying to delegitimize me by showing a clip of me eating maggots. Can you believe that? Actually, I know this might sound surprising for him, but how
bro?
many subscribers does this guy have? He's got 88,000 subscribers. I'll give him a bit of advice, okay? The reason why I do things like that on my stream is I find that they're entertaining. I found that entertaining an audience has helped me build an audience. Maybe you could try it. I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I know that, you know, obviously I've talked about it for a long time, about how big of a problem Iran is and everything. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
Amazing.
Yes,
He's
it's amazing.
just so happy.
I'm so
Dramatically,
happy.
tremendously happy. The United States has launched a war that has killed over 1,000 people as of this recording in 5 days, including 165 schoolgirls in an elementary school in Minab. And
So I wonder, did he do a video about when the IRGC said that if your kids are saying things that are anti-regime, we're going to kill your kids? I wonder if he said that. Let's take a look. How about that? Let's take a look. So where are the videos that are critical of the Iranian regime? Here we go. Let's see. Trump's Iran war will fail. This seems like a Trump derangement syndrome channel. And it looks like not a single instance of him criticizing or talking about the Iranian regime killing people. Wow. How about that?
Ah, got it.
Just Republican hate? Yep, there it is. There's more and more and more of it. That's not whataboutism comparing the U.S. and Iran. It's completely different. No, it's not. I mean, if you're going to criticize and talk about that, I mean, you're not going to talk about the other people that were killed by Iran's proxies. This whole idea that it killed 1,000 people and somehow that means the war is bad, that completely decontextualizes any of the actions that Iran has taken that have killed people as well. And he's not comparing, you know, American deaths. He's looking at deaths in total.
6 American soldiers are dead. One of them, a 39-year-old mother of 2, who was days away from coming home. And the most watched streamer in America is sitting in his chair going, this is just amazing.
This is, I'm sure that what you think that I'm saying is that it's amazing that a soldier is dead. This is the same type of performative morality that I think ends up getting way more people killed. Because what he's doing is he's trying to imply that I am actually happy or I want soldiers to die. Well, obviously that's not the case. Nobody wants soldiers to die. But the reality is that when you have a, you know, a country like Iran that is funding terrorism, that they're killing people, they're making bombs, they're killing their own people. Do you guys want to check and see if he made a video about all the Iran protests and Iran massacring their people? Do you guys want to see if he talked about that? I wonder. Oh, I wonder. Intentionally misunderstanding? Yep, there it is. And let's check. All right, let's find out. And let's see here. Iran. Are there any videos here of him talking about this? Incinerators.
55K.
Here's one of his videos right here. I'm just seeing this. Incinerators being built at Trump's concentration camps. Oh my God. Okay, guys. Yep, here we go. This is the kind of person it is. Wow. And let's go back. We'll see if there's any videos at all about the Iran war or the Iran protests. No, this isn't it. And so it seems like there is not a single thing at all that he said about the Iran protests. Trump's Venezuela invasion is worse than you think. Man. Didn't Venezuela announce its most recent stock market, the highest that it's ever been? Like, so let's go back. We're going to pull this up. We'll see how well this video aged. Where is it here? Venezuela. Where is it? Stock market.
All right, once we get back to town, I'm going to sell my shit, do a tap or two, open
Let's
some
see
stuff,
here.
and then
Wow.
end stream for the day. Ow!
Another
Got my arm.
wrong, huh? Oh. Oh, too bad. Didn't age very well, did it? Wow. They're cooking. Yeah, they also released political prisoners, and we're having negotiations with Venezuela in Caracas now. So things are actually getting better in Venezuela after we got rid of Maduro. So we have somebody here, and the problem that I have with this is that this is a person who is masking bad actions and terrorism under the mask of virtue. This is a person talking about how I don't care about anybody dying, but this person didn't seem to think it was important enough to talk about the Iranian regime mass murdering their own people by the thousands in the street after they turned off the internet so nobody can report on it. It's just weird how there's this double standard.
That's actually.
I wonder why.
This is low-key a terrible.
Just amazing.
And look, if this were some random guy with 40 followers, this wouldn't be worth talking about.
Textbook bad faith. It is. It's total bad faith.
Wouldn't matter, but it's not. So it does. Asmongold accumulated 2.4 billion YouTube views in 2025 alone. That is...
It's more than that. It's a lot more than that. But yeah.
Is according to...
I have more than 2 YouTube channels. But yes.
Media Matters, more than any other right-leaning streamer or podcaster that they track. His channels have nearly 6 million subscribers combined. In 2025, he topped the North American Twitch chart with 26.2 million hours watched, beating out every other streamer on the platform.
That
This is
motherfucker be
not a
copying
niche
my
figure.
outfit.
This is the largest right-leaning political voice in streaming, and his audience skews young and male. The exact demographic that's most disengaged from traditional media, and
I don't know about that. Well, yeah, traditional media. Oh, yeah. No, he's right about that. It's mainly like 24. It's like plus minus 10 my age. I'm 35, so it's mainly like probably 25 to like 45-year-old guys that are watching. Mostly, yeah.
Most susceptible to parasocial trust. And what is the audience hearing right now? Stay out of it. Unless Trump does it, then it's amazing. Now here's what
it is good. It's good. And I think that this is a person that has terminal fucking Trump derangement syndrome. And I hate saying that because I think that it's cringe. But at the same time, I feel like with a channel like this, it kind of works that way. Holy fuck, man. Look at all of these videos. Every single video is a negative video about Trump. So really, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. So if you're attacking me for my position, let's talk about what the actual position is rather than who supports it. I think this is boring.
Is this more than just a standard influencer flip-flopping for views? In the first clip, the anti-war one, Asmongold isn't making some nuanced case for strategic restraint. He's not citing defense budgets or troop deployments. He's quite literally vibing. Interventionary.
Well, yeah, of course I'm vibing because I was talking about the way that the average voter was thinking, which means that they're not going to be...
All right, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. It's gonna fail because I couldn't see. Watch. Yep, see. Fucking ass. Fucking asshole. Trying to tap my shit. Can I fucking click it? Jesus Christ. Alright, one more.
Blacksmith proves his metal on the battlefield. That's why I raced here, to keep your blaze.
Alright, this one goes, surely. Here, actually, hold on, I'm gonna do the fat Uno reverse here. Boom! Just kidding. We all know how this goes.
Fires got the piece that's seen better days. Lay it on the anvil.
Rip bozo.
Like new before you know it.
Well, there's 3 more taps. Only a fuckload more to go. Fucking A, man. I mean, like, even on this, I'm 53 of 80, bro. It is a brutal. Dude. And I hate it, too, because, like, I can't tap anything else. Like, I actually literally have to tap my main hand in order to be able to move on to, like, Tenumbrum Castle. Just so AIDS, but it is what it is. It has to be done. What fail stacks do I have? View. I have a 200. And I have a 252. I'm kind of tempted just to hit this real fast. How much would this be? I need at least one successful tap before I lose my goddamn mind. Oh, a 10% with that much. God damn, brother. Lord. Niggas to like 250. Alright. 1320.
Got the beat?
Pretty sure I could do that, right?
Got the beats
Yeah, I
that
could do
seen
that, I
better
think.
days. Lay it on the anvil. I'll have it gleaming like new before you know it.
Alright. Chess piece is a go. 6%. Big ones. It obviously goes. First try. I hate my life.
The blacksmith proves his metal on the battlefield. That's why I raced here.
Alright, lads. I'm going to end stream now, so I appreciate everybody for watching. I appreciate for everybody being here and whatever questions you had during the stream. As always, there is a Discord if you want to join it. It is !Discord, which I will do now for you guys. I answer questions, review VODs, all that kind of shit there.
HTTPS Discord GGDUSMJR.
Shut up. If you want, join there. I answer questions pretty frequently. Probably stream again tomorrow. But yeah, till then, I will see you guys the next time. And hopefully see you next video / stream. And as always, see y'all around. Peace!